I would like to call this meeting to order. We are going to be adjourning to closed session. I'm going to start with the roll call. Superintendent?
Yes. Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Hui?
Here.
Ms. Perez? Here. Ms. Sharastava?
Here.
All are here.
Thank you. I want to start by reading off the closed session agenda items. Agenda item 3A, student matters with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 48912 of the Education Code. Item B, employer-employee relations with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 957.6 of the Government Code. Conference with labor negotiators. Item C, conference with legal counsel litigation with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. Item D, conference with real property negotiators with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 54956.8 of the Government Code. And item E, personnel matters with respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 54957 of the Government Code, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. At this time, is there any public comment on any of our closed session items?
No one virtually.
No public comment at this time. With that, we will adjourn to closed session and we'll be back at 6 p.m. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. In regards to closed session, the board unanimously took action to approve the dismissal of a district roving custodian. We will now move to open session, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Hui, will you please lead us?
Sure, yeah, please stand and join me in the pledge.
Okay. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcasts may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and accept the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency, and all written comments submitted to the board by 3 p.m. today have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. We will now move to the roll call. At the direction of the board, the superintendent will call roll to acknowledge the board received all electronic comments submitted by 3 p.m. today as it pertains to today's board meeting. Superintendent, please call roll. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Hui?
Here.
Ms. Perez?
Here.
And Ms. Sharastava?
Here.
Everyone is accounted for. Thank you.
Okay. We did reporting out a closed session. We are now going to move to adoption of the agenda.
I'll move it. Second.
Moved by Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Short. Superintendent, please call roll.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Sharastava?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now we'll move to special presentations with an exciting announcement.
Yes, we have the honor of installing our 2 new student board members for the 22-23 school year. And this is a first for our district to have 2 student board representatives. We have one from Cordova High School, Ms. Rocio Perez. And we have one from Vista Del Lago, Ms. Ria Sharastava. And their predecessor, Alice Gow, worked on revising our board policy to allow for 2 student board members. So we're very excited to be able to swear both of them in. And I'm going to ask both of our student board members to come down to the front because I know your families are here too. And I'm going to have you repeat the oath of office so you're officially sworn in. So we'll get close to the mic so everyone can hear this and it gets recorded. Okay, we're going to do it at the same time, and when I say your name, you'll state your names. Okay, hand up, right hand. I state your name.
Ria Shrivasta. I, Rocio Perez.
Do solemnly affirm
Do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against enemies, foreign and domestic,
against enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
for purpose of evasion,
for purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other presentations?
That's our only presentation.
Okay.
That was taking the highlight tonight.
Wonderful. Well, welcome. We're so excited to have you. Thank you, and for committing extra time in your final year to be here with us. I really appreciate it. We are going to move to reports of district organizations.
Public comments?
I'm sorry, I totally skipped that. That's an important one. We are going to move to public comments. And I'm just, sorry, I'm trying to, I believe these are all not related to an agenda item. Is that correct? I think, yeah.
These are all public comments, correct?
So we are going to move into public comment. We're going to do 2 minutes per speaker. We will give students 3 minutes. Mr. Clark, thank you. Okay, so our first speaker is going to be, I'm sorry if I, Dave Wera. Dave? Welcome.
I have some friends here. That's great. Good evening, board, Dr. Klegian, district staff. My name is Dave Wera, and I'm a social science teacher at Folsom High School, as well as the division lead. I'm starting my 34th year in education in California, 24th year at Folsom High, 12 of which I spent as the bargaining chair for FCEA, preceding Deb Krikorian, and preceding Dr. Klegian with 3 superintendents, and preceding Mr. Ogden with 5 assistant superintendents of HR. So I have some experience about what's going on with the budget. I don't know anything about the budget other than what I've been reading in the public forums and so forth. However, as saddened as I am not shocked by the fact that we're without a contract starting this year. A tentative agreement should have been done over the summer at the very latest, rather than asking us to come back to work under those circumstances. But I'm going to direct my time to a different topic, speaking to my colleagues here in the room and any colleagues on Zoom, especially in the 3 to 5 to 10-year teaching experience range. You can work in a better place that you deserve salary and benefits. You are extremely marketable, and there's a job for you in this area without even a different commute that will pay you better and respect you better. If you're thinking that people want to work at Folsom High School or Folsom Cordova because of the kids, I used to work in the high desert at a school, and now I teach across from Intel, and kids are kids. They're all the same, okay, regardless of where you're at. If you teach them well, they will respond, and you will have wonderful classes. So to think that you have some sort of leverage over the teacher association because of the quality of the schools or the quality of the kids, you don't. We have the leverage, and I hope you realize that as a board that, we're going to be here until we get a fair and equitable contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jamie Emmerich. Welcome, Jamie.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Emmerich. I teach at Williamson Elementary, first grade. I started this district in 1994. Tonight, let me demonstrate how a teacher like myself needs the salary ask you refuse to give us. I wonder if I am alone. Take a second, close your eyes, and picture the very first happy school memory that comes to your mind. If that memory is not a textbook, stand up, or if you're standing, raise your hand. Okay. Now sit down if you do not earn a paycheck from Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Now sit down if you have never used any of your paycheck to purchase something for your job with Folsom Cordova because what you needed was not provided, like a fan for a hot classroom, or maybe a pencil sharpener. Now sit down if you have never fed students from Folsom Cordova using funds from your own bank account, either a snack for a hungry child, a birthday treat for that one student whose parents did not send a birthday treat, or maybe to just enhance a lesson. Now sit down if you have never purchased anything for students like Play-Doh, books for a classroom, library, shoes, or maybe even a coat. Now stand up if you have ever taken your own Band-Aids with you to a doctor's office. How about oil for your car when you take it to a mechanic? No? Still no. Oh, and yes, it's time for me to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Lorette Gaberman. Welcome, Lorette.
I was asked to tell you a little bit about me and about why what's happening in our district now is affecting me. Despite my certain physical limitations, I have always been my family's caregiver. My mother, father, and now my oldest sister. And though she has battled cancer and the diseases that came because of it, the addition of dialysis has really kicked her. But she doesn't complain that she has to lay in a hospital bed alone until the only caregiver we can afford comes for only 2 hours a day, because that's all we can afford. She doesn't complain that she doesn't have direct transportation to dialysis, but the transport bus makes many stops and it's several hours until she gets home after a 4-hour treatment. I'm a national board teacher that is all the way over on the current pay scale and can't afford more than 2 hours of daycare or caregiving for my sister. I have put my heart and soul into this district, taken on more leadership roles than I can mention, and still I support you, but I feel like you're failing me. It is not greedy to want what is fair and equitable with alike districts who invest over, 48% of their certificated employees alone, and we only do not even 42%. Why do we need a 96% trust fund when all of our ongoing funding and all of them have ongoing increases? Why are you hesitating with $38 million received this year alone? Stop outspending other districts and invest in your people.
Thank you, Lorette. Next we have Lucy Norton. Is that right? Welcome, Lucy.
Good evening. I've been told by Elise Fong if I go over, I can use her time. Good evening. My name is Lucy Norton. I am a very recent FCUSD retiree, as like May 31st of this year. I'm also a graduate of Cordova Lane, Mitchell Middle School, and Cordova High School. That's right! I hold a master's degree in education. I have my national boards. I have my gifted and talented certificate. I have BA in liberal arts with minors in PE, music, art, and drama. To be incredibly honest with you, and most women don't do this, I am 56 years old. I could have stayed in the classroom another 5 to 6 years, but to be incredibly honest, I didn't think this district cared about my mental or physical health. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get emotional here in a second. In March of 2019, I was part of the delegation that the district sent to San Diego for the PBIS conference. We were on our flight home when COVID closed our district. I was incredibly lucky. I trained my third graders to be able to go to Google Classroom, so we continued. The 2019-2020 school year was incredibly rough. My doctor did not want me back in the classroom, and in his words, because he didn't need me in the petri dish of the third grade. With my mother's health and my own underlying conditions, he didn't want me to chance it. Once again, I was lucky. My third graders all stayed online with me. I would start my day at 8 a.m., opening the meeting so the kids could see each other and interact. I taught with them until 12 o'clock. Then I would pack up my homeschool office and go to wherever my mother was. And then I would teach from where she was, whether it was Eschaton, the hospital, a boarding care, or hospice. I would be back online with my kids until 3 or later, depending on if the kids needed me. When my mother passed away January 12th of 2021, 5 hours before her 82nd birthday, I didn't miss a single day with my students. During that time, my best friend Marlene Markowitz was staying with me to help me control my emotions, to keep me focused on my kids. At the time, she was also battling cancer. 2 weeks later, they changed her treatment, and she went downhill fast. I did the same routine. I taught, then I went to Marlene's bedside. When Marlene died, I'd had enough. I was done. I was underwater. I was overwhelmed, and I felt that the only people listening to me were my husband and my principal. Thankfully, I had the best principal and staff anyone could have. Thank you, Mather Heights. She listened and came up with a solution. Why don't I go part-time? She had a teacher that wanted to go part-time. So I sent an email to HR asking for a meeting. I got a phone meeting, and I was told in no uncertain terms there's no way they're gonna let me do it. Partnerships don't work, they aren't good for kids, and they were not cost effective. With these examples, I had evidence to disprove each of these. I lost it. I tried to explain about the situation at home, and it was still a resounding no. When I mentioned my mother and my friend and how I was feeling overwhelmed, I was told very coldly, here's the employee assistant number, give them a call. So I went higher up in HR, and I never once got a response back. I have many friends who work up in district office, and a couple of them told me they don't care if the veteran teachers stay or go, because if I go, you can hire 2 to 3 younger teachers. So at the start of the 21-22 school year, it was my 30th year, and I had just pretty much decided I was done. The year was going very well. My class was great. The staff is fantastic. And then a member of the school board on Facebook said some incredibly ugly and disparaging comments about the teachers. That pretty much sealed it for me. Then, new gym equipment was purchased for Vista Del Lago with money that was supposed to be used for Cordova. And then the Vista Del Lago equipment was sent to Cordova and rebranded.
Lucy, I'm going to need to have you wrap up, please. Thank you.
I'm wrapping up right now, I promise. The cherry on top of this crap Sunday for me was finding out the district was no longer going to support the academy program, the program that I had worked on for 12 years and helped develop. But this program in Folsom would still continue. After that, I sat down with my husband and financial advisor, and we agreed I would retire at the end of the school year. A gigantic weight lifted off my shoulders. The headaches were gone. I was no longer vomiting on the way home. I wasn't crying on the way home. I was happier, which made my family happier. I would still be in the classroom today if I was allowed to go part-time. Will I come back and sub? For certain teachers and principals, yes. But for this board, no.
Thank you. And just a reminder, let's try to keep to the 2 minutes. If you do want to submit a card, you can, but we're going to keep that 2-minute limit. Our next speaker is Tony Ruiz. Tony. Welcome, Tony.
Well, nice to see you all again. Sort of. So here we are again, asking a school board to make its certificated staff a priority. You know, your certificated staff, the teachers, psychologists, counselors, SLPs, nurses, the ones who give the district the reputation it has, the one that you guys get to hang your hats on. Now, I know the rhetoric, we hear it over and over again. We appreciate you, we value you. I've heard it from every board for nearly 2 decades I've been in this district, and I'll hear it long after you've all left. And let me be clear, I believe that certain members of the boards do value us, and my comments are not directed at them specifically, but as a whole, the recent actions of this board indicate that you don't value us or input. You see us as an obstacle to, whatever it is you want after you're on this board. I've seen it on social media. I did this in the district. I made X and Y happen. Perhaps it's a good time to remind you that we succeed in spite of you, not because of you. You're fine spending only 42% on your certificated staff, not comparable to other districts. You see no problem that many of your employees with families pay obscene rates for health benefits, but you value us. You ask our opinion on charter schools with zero evidence that they will benefit our students, and then you ignore our educated opinion because it clashes with your personal political ideology. And for the record, I am not anti-charter school. I'm anti-bad charter school, and I'd gladly support a charter school that's more like a Corvette and less like a Pinto. But you expect us to feel valued when we get a hot dog because nothing says appreciation like a processed meat product on a bun. You let lawyers write your negotiation proposals. You stash money left and right, even though more often than not, you stash it away more than what's fiscally necessary. And then when you do offer something, you try to pit different sites against each other by offering different teachers different raises. Nice try, not working. The district has money. We're only a little bit apart. I've heard all the rhetoric before. And anyway, you'll try to balance your books on our backs anyway. There is a path towards a deal. But the board needs to make a decision. Where's your priority? Enough with the platitudes, enough with the same tired old rhetoric. And as I say to my students in their writing, and Mr. Huey can attest because his son was in my class, show, not tell.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Next up, we have Kat Vollmer. Welcome, Kat.
So before I start, I teach 5- and 6-year-olds, so if you have to get up and run around the room or pick your nose, I'm totally okay with that. Just so you know. Just want to throw that out there. Also, I did this for 3 minutes, so I'm going to try and read it quickly, so bear with me. Good evening, board members, Dr. Klegian, and fellow colleagues. I have sat out here every time we asked for a koala increase, wearing my red shirt and yelling and cheering for those that come up here, and I decided tonight my voice needs to be heard. You say, and I've heard, we are Team FCUSD. We are here for the kids. We respect you. So I thought, okay, what does this respect look like? This is what I thought. Respect has looked like elementary school teachers going back into the classroom in the middle of purple when we're in the middle of COVID, risking our own lives for our students. Respect looks like my actions and my thoughts and my opinions about my students that I spend 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, 6 hours a day, 182 days a year. My opinions are silenced, and so are my colleagues. Respect has looked like members of the board getting up and leaving the room when teachers decide to talk because I guess they just don't want to hear it. And honestly, I'm tired. I'm tired. I almost didn't come back this year. I'm tired. I'm tired of having to fight so hard for my students. I'm tired of having to worry about not just how I'm going to live this year, but how I'm going to help my parents who recently went through huge medical issues. When I added up everything I have done, I saved you all $2,500 because I came in on my own to get my classroom ready. I bought supplies out of my own pocket so that my kids would have something new and exciting to do this year. And it's free labor. And to put it blankly, life is hard right now. You've heard it. Life is hard for everybody, and the least that you could do is take one of those worries off of my plate. Real quick, just want to point out there, I don't need you. Nobody in this room needs you. We could go to any state, any district in the United States and get a job tomorrow. I chose you. Please choose us.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Kat. Next up, we have Grace Sparks.
Hi, I'm extremely nervous, so. Okay. So Dina might have to read it. Okay, so let me apologize to all the English teachers. I did not revise and edit before I came. I wrote it at 4:30. Good evening. My name is Grace Sparks, and I'm a mild, moderate, emotional teacher. Mild, moderate special education teacher at Folsom High School. I'm entering my 3rd year of teaching. I know I have a short amount of time, so I will delve right into it. I think about the question, how do we retain new teachers? And I think about this question because we know high quality instruction comes from highly qualified teachers. My daughter did not have a teacher in 1st grade. The year you learn how to read and build a base for the rest of elementary school, she had a slew of substitute teachers. The teacher shortage did not begin with COVID. Teachers leaving the field did not begin with COVID. Credential candidates starting programs and not finishing did not begin with COVID. There are many issues that teachers in special education face. In the essence of time, I have listed 2. Please pay me more so that I can teach. My child care for my 3 children. I'm sorry. It just comes and eats into our family income at $1,740 a month. I have a 5th grader, 3rd grader, and kindergartner at Theodore Judah Elementary. I have worked out a schedule to try to save money on childcare, but prices increased. Number 2. The workload on special educators is unsustainable. Why was induction created? Various reasons, but one was to retain teachers. Staff shortages and adding more to my workload does not mean I can keep taking on more. To take on any more would mean neglecting my own children. And yes, I've had folks tell me to work outside contracted hours many, many times. I won't say who. I ask you to think about our mission statement, empowering all students to thrive through educational excellence. Teachers provide and support that educational excellence. To retain and bring in new teachers that we so desperately need at school sites. And for my own children, please grant our pay increase request. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Next, we have Jeanette Sanson back, and after that is going to be Madeleine Sanderson.
Well, hi, everybody. So tonight I'm actually not talking about what these all good people are talking about. I came here for a very different reason. A program that was... So I'm addressing the board tonight because I'm a concerned 4th grade teacher. I'm not talking as FCA, vice president, or grievance chair. A situation came to light during one of our PE days. This is a closely worded document that was sent both to Dr. Huber and his assistant Angie, our directors of curriculum and instruction, and a new policy that was a surprise to several people. Our 3-5 staff noticed that the accelerated reader program was not present in the Renaissance program. I contacted Pam Owen to see if this was an error or would the program populate soon, perhaps with our rosters. Pam asked if we, our site, had renewed the license. Through IMs and emails, I found out that our license was not renewed. This is not because of our staff did not want it. It was because no one knew about this change in policy, including our principal. It was later found out that our principal was not present for the only time this change was mentioned to the principals, in March. In the past, schools did pay for the program. It was found that this was not equitable within Rancho Cordova, with some schools unable to afford the program, especially in Rancho Cordova, and also some schools in Folsom. In light of this inequity, the district started paying for the fee. Our principal, Pat Graham, thought that she had dropped the ball. She felt so terrible. She was scrambling to figure out how she, or our PTA, was going to cover the cost of approximately $7,000. And that may not seem like a lot to you folks, but to a site, it's a lot of money. The last time we paid was approximately $7,000 for only 300 licenses. I can't imagine what a site of Russell Ranch or Empire Oaks would have to go ahead and pay. She felt like she had let the staff down. Later that day, I found out that another school didn't know. So I wondered, how many schools renewed their license? I inquired with Pam Owen, and she said that only one site as of August 4th of this year had gone ahead and renewed. With this fact known, I thought maybe something should have happened. Red flags should have gone up. The powers that be should have gone ahead and redirected this problem. Your board is sitting on a ton of one-time money. All I'm asking for is 1 year to help facilities and faculties plan so that we can go ahead and address this issue. Please give us 1 year. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline, and then next we have Ann Royston after Madeline.
All right. Good evening.
Welcome.
Oh, can I start? I'm nervous
Sorry.
too. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Kleekian, President Reed, board, and district staff. My name is Madeline Sanderson, and I am a parent with 3 out of 4 children currently enrolled within our FCUSD schools. 1 at Rancho Cordova Elementary, 1 at Mitchell Middle School, and 1 at Innovations Academy. I myself, along with my husband, both were students within this district. I have teachers and other staff who were a huge support to me and continue to be as I am now married and have my own children. Shout out to our very own Cordova High School music director, Kevin Sims, and Rancho Cordova Elementary Schools, Amara Johnson, to name a few. We say that we value our teachers and other staff, but when they ask for and quite frankly fight for raises in which they are so deserving, the district wants to bargain less than. Our district has amazing programs. We all can agree that we do, but what it takes for these programs to continue running is the people behind them. We say that we want more diversity within our staff to showcase the diverse and richness of our community and its people, but when we aren't receiving more applicants, there is not a thought of offering a little more pay among the other incentives to attract them in all applicants. So I ask you this, what are we doing as a district? Let's not even forget that when it comes to many of our classified positions, the pay could be considered laughable for the amazing work that they do. Heck, the average In-N-Out Burger Associates hourly pay is $17.85. Again, our FCUSD employees love our students. This has never been the issue, and we all know how the saying goes, but do it for the kids. They have been and continue to do so. Let's remember that their feelings and points that have been shared board meeting after board meeting are valid. When are we as a district going to actually hear them and do something about it? They are still waiting. I know we have one board member who continuously shows out and shows up for our students, staff, and families by visiting each school a few times throughout the year on a regular basis. Shout out to Chris Clark. Chris, thank you for always showing up for our kids. Sorry. Now I urge all of our board members to do more in this area. This is another way to show up for all within FCUSD. Ask Chris how he does it. I'm sure he will share. I leave you with this. Sorry, just one more thing. I leave you with this. Brad Winston said, addressing the teacher shortage shouldn't involve lowering criteria to be a teacher. It should involve supporting teachers, paying them, and providing the resources needed to best serve students. We all know the saying, actions speak louder than words. Well, it is time for our district to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. We've got Ann, and then after that, Christina Abshire. Ann, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann Royston, and I'm a science teacher at Folsom High School, and this is the start of my 24th year in the district. Today at lunch, a colleague recited the following numbers: 23.5, 17, 15, 12, 8, 6.54. And maybe you guys know what those numbers are, but I'll explain, because my colleague did. 23.5% superintendent's raise last year. 17%, the loss of buying power in our salary schedule since 2000 due to inflation and insufficient COLAs. I started in 1999, so here. 15%, the number of Folsom Cordova Unified staff that have left since last year. 12% COLA the district is receiving from the state. 8% FCEA's ask. 6.54% Folsom Cordova's take it or leave it offer. We are not being unreasonable. We are asking to be compensated more fairly, and not even for what we're really worth. Thank you.
All right, Christina, and then we're going to have Sarah David after Christina. Welcome, Christina.
Hi,
How are
nice
you?
to see everyone. Wow, it is nerve-wracking up here. I can do it in front of 5-year-olds all day. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christina Abshire, and I'm a kindergarten teacher here in our district. I have taught both in Rancho and in Folsom currently. I'm also a mother of 2 attending schools in our district. I love what I do. I, as well as my friends and colleagues, are passionate about what we do, hence the tears and the emotions that you see time after time. I'd like to have you all think of a familiar fairy tale. I did when negotiations were starting and the talks of COLA came up. The fairy tale of Cinderella, a hardworking girl who does anything and everything she's asked. Cinderella works all hours of the day and night to please the people she calls her family. Familiar? As we know, the story goes on, there's an opportunity for her to get a chance to attend the ball where only the respected and the noble are allowed. So she does, she works and she works and she works. And when it's time for her chance to go, she's cast aside. I think of the times, and this is one of those times where I and many of my friends and colleagues feel like that little Cinder girl. COVID came, we were asked to teach on a screen. I did. I taught kindergartners how to read and cut with scissors from a computer. When we were asked to come back and teach in the class with plexiglass shields and masks, I taught 5-year-olds phonics with a mask on. When we were asked to build a plane while it was flying and to pivot at every turn, I did. When we were asked to think of our culture and our climate and connectivity, I connected with all my families by doing home visits, chalk drawings on all 28 of my kindergartners' driveways. Check, done. You have a baseball game, a soccer game, cheerleading, dance competition, a bake sale. I do love the cookies. If I can make it, I'm there. When I was asked to change my schedule from extended day kinder to full day kinder to a slip schedule to an AM, PM to a full day back to an AM schedule, year after year after year, when I was asked to do what half of my colleagues are not doing, I'm doing it because I love my community and I love my families. And now I'm going to return to the story of Cinderella for a moment. There was an updated version called Ever After with Angelica Houston and Drew Barrymore. Drew Barrymore character was Cinderella, and she turns to Angelica Houston's character, the stepmother, at one point towards the end of the story and asked, "Did you ever love me?" And Angelica Houston responded, how could I ever love a pebble in my shoe? We don't want to be pebbles in your shoes. We are ready and deserve to be respected and joined at the table. Thank you for listening to us and seeing the human side of what we do.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina. Sarah David, and then we're going to have Jean Kavanaugh. Sarah, welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Klegian and board. My name is Sarah David, and I'm a teacher at Cordova Elementary School. I wanted to start by saying thank you to the teachers that I've had in this district. I've had some amazing and dedicated teachers who I can now call my colleagues. Part of the reason to take my job in FCUSD was these teachers. Many of my elementary school teachers are excited to see me when we do trainings together. I am scared with what's happening. They will leave or I will leave. Many are invested just like I am. This is my community where I grew up, and I am also invested. Shout out to Krieger. With all the budget presentations, I've been able to do the math. If I started in another district, I could have made upwards of $118,000 more. I never once questioned my pay until the budget presentations. I never once questioned this because of my relationships with the community and the coworkers that I have. I have said this before that I am loyal to a fault, and this is a community where I live, shop, and enjoy my time. Please value the amazing teachers, which we have and will hopefully keep. Now, elementary music videos. Thank you to Mindy for giving direction to Stephanie and your team to make the TK3 videos, which not only covered music theory, but also music. As a student of music in this district, from the 4th grade strings onto middle school and high school, I know a lot about my success came from the love of music and the math and reading skills that it taught me. Music is a second language. We can teach our students a new language with this program and videos. We are able to get students to love music and create multilingual students. And please, we would love to see every board member in our schools, Rancho Cordova and Folsom, especially the Title I schools. That includes our Folsom board members, to see the amazing things going on in Rancho, which we've already highlighted, and our Title I schools. Please make sure when you visit that you talk to the teachers and interact with the students, not just take a campus tour. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Jean Kavanaugh. Jean, and then after that is going to be Deb Krikorian.
And
she is giving her time to Jean.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jean, let's give Jean 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Last year was another challenging one for everyone, but my year was a different kind of challenge. I flew to Indiana to take care of my mother after she returned home from the hospital from a stroke and a brain bleed. I was there 6 months until my recent diagnosis of multiple sclerosis stopped me dead in my tracks and forced me to get home to take care of myself. I took this time to reflect and decide whether I should return to work or not. In 1995, I was hired on a bare bones resume, and if you asked for it now, it would read like this. I'm Jean Kavanaugh, computer teacher at Folsom High for the past 27 years, 34 years total. For 15 years, I shaped the future business leaders of America. For another 10 years, I instilled service above self to the Rotary High School Interact Club. For 10 of those years, I coordinated the ROP Work Experience Program and placed our students at Intel, teaching the importance of work ethics and how to be a dedicated and motivated employee. After 15 years of bringing in $1,200 a month to run a school newspaper, I decided to write for a $250,000 grant to redesign my classroom and bring computer science to Folsom High School. I was awarded that grant. For the past 5 years, I chose to be a grant mentor for the California Department of Ed to bring in additional funds of over $20,000 per year. And I coordinate the Intel PC Pals program at another $15,000 a year. In addition, my colleagues and I have annually saved millions of dollars of students' tuition, offering Folsom Lake and Sac State College credit for our courses. All of that, and not one bonus, not a district stipend, or additional pay for most of this extra work. And until CTE coordinator Alicia Cadell got hired, I did not receive one single thank you, not one. But let's go beyond my resume to my colleagues' resumes. Johnstone and Goldman and Bias, alongside Alicia, spent years designing a state-of-the-art, multi-million-dollar building to bring a new CTE program to the district. What would we do if they left, retired, or found another job? And in the next few years, my veteran colleagues like Gazer, Wilson, Posner, and Pierce, just to name a few, will be retiring. Before they do, you should read their resumes.
The amount of work, experience, and awards are impressive and should be celebrated. And by the way, we're the ones who gave up the steps in the past and took pay cuts to keep your Folsom Cordova employees. Although I did not have to endure the grueling year my colleagues did, my year off was pretty devastating. I lost all my sick leave, 2 months of STRS benefits, paid the district $3,531 for 2 months of my health benefits, and can only afford to help my now 95-year-old mother with 2 hours of home health care per day. Some of us do not have a 2-income household. Oh, and by the way, I get to endure 5 hours of infusions now. And with that said, I've decided to come back. But I'm going to shut my classroom door and just teach. It's what I do best. And if I do one last thing for anyone else in this district, it's this and only this, and it's to ask you to thank this new generation of teachers. Do not wait until the end of their career to acknowledge their dedication to students and the community by giving them a lapel pin the size of a quarter after 25 years of service. Please thank them now by giving them the compensation and the respect that they deserve. If not now, they will leave.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Annie Kaditz and then Jacob Kaditz. Welcome, Annie.
En français? Bah non, on va même pas faire le français. So I'm Annie Kaditz, Dr. Kalikian, members of the board, thank you for having us. You may have guessed that I teach French. I am also a mother of 2 kids in the district who have been attending Folsom Cordova School since kindergarten. And I taught at Hiram Johnson for 3.5 years before coming to Cordova High School, which felt like coming home, to finally be teaching kids in my own community where I live and to make a difference. And it was kind of a short honeymoon period, to be honest, because a few months in was the first time that I came to a board meeting, and that's when the board voted to get rid of programs at Mitchell Middle School, at Mills Middle School, to get rid of all-day kindergarten. And then the pandemic hit. And we were very slow to the board and the district. We were all very slow to adapt and to figure out. We were just thrown into distance learning. We were thrown into hybrid. We took a long time debating that summer what was going to happen. Where are we going to go back? Where are we not going to go back? I watched other districts wait to go back, say, let's give teachers the training and the resources they need to be able to go back. And now I've been watching for the last few months as other districts are offering signing bonuses. I guess we offer signing bonuses, but we're not offering retention bonuses. We're not offering fair compensation. We're not offering lower healthcare costs. We got water bottles. Caring, resilient, dedicated. We are caring, resilient, and dedicated, and our students are resilient as well. But they deserve good teachers. My daughter started off the year at Mitchell Middle School with 2 long-term subs. That's unacceptable. We have seen this teacher shortage coming for a long time. This is not new. We need to make sure that we are not just retaining the wonderful teachers that you have here, but attracting new teachers, attracting the best. So that when I get a text like I got the other day, hey, Rio Americana is hiring a French teacher, I will stay here where I want to be. But at the end of the day, I have to think about my own kids and their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie. Jacob. And then after that, we're going to go to, Jenny Nikakis.
Thank you, Dr. Kalikian, members of the board, members of the staff. As you may have guessed, I am not a teacher or employed by the district. I am a husband of a teacher, a French teacher at Cordova High School. But I have been following the discourse around teacher compensation for a little while. And the thing that I want to address is some comments on social media that accuse our teachers of being greedy or selfish or not hardworking. And I just want to offer a different perspective as a husband of a very hardworking teacher who does not work her contract hours or come even close to it. She doesn't work 8:30 to 3:30. She doesn't work 7 to 5. She gets up in the morning, starts working at 7 o'clock, does not finish until she goes to bed. For example, school started for us on Tuesday for the students. And until 9 o'clock at night, she was calling parents, talking to them to help get their kids right on track, calling parents to let them know that, hey, your student's doing a great job and keep it up. And this is something that she does day in and day out. During her lunch break, she's in her classroom, not doing her lesson planning, but meeting with students to support them through crises. She does that after school, helping students catch up. She's going to after school events on the weekends. She works well beyond her contract hours. You know, one of the things that really gets me last year during COVID, right? She ran out of sick time. But like always, so she was taking unpaid time at home, but like always, she's not just sitting in bed trying to get better. She's doing lesson planning while she's sick, not even paid, right? Unpaid time. You know, she's taking Advil and drinking tea and still working. And I'm honestly not sure that it's worth it. I tell her constantly that, you know, you come home exhausted. You come home emotionally, physically wiped out. During the school year, I'm a single dad almost. So, you know, I encourage her to go look for other jobs, but she loves her job. She loves her position. So she hasn't done it yet. But the thing that I would like to just say in closing is that if we don't pay our teachers what they're worth, we're only going to be left with teachers that are not like her. We're going to be left with teachers that just work their contract hours because, you know, it's like the old adage says, you get what you pay for. Thank you.
Jenny, thank you, Jacob. Jenny, welcome. And then after that, we're going to go to Casey Shingaran. And Jenny, welcome.
Hi, I am happy to be here tonight and see lots of amazing, hardworking teachers. It's been really a rough 2 weeks, so just the fact that we have all these teachers here to represent, great job. I just did back to school night last night, and I'm exhausted. Sorry for my appearance, but yep, I'm just barely hanging on by a thread. So I have been teaching for 20 years in Folsom, Cordova. I started off at White Rock Elementary, and I have seen, it's so sad, I've seen the trends with us always begging for a raise. I wore the lime bright green shirts back in the day. I think it was my second or third year teaching. That should have been a sign that I should have taken off then, but I stuck in there. I was pregnant at the time, wearing my lime green shirt. You know, I remember the blue shirts not that long ago. I still have that one in my closet. And I guess I need to get a red shirt now, but I've got my Russell Ranch shirt. But anyhow, I just really hope that we can at least meet in the middle when it comes to negotiating something for staff, something that works for teachers, something that works for the board. You know, in any relationship, you have to make compromises, give and take. So if we can just do something that's reasonable for all, that would be amazing. I would hate for us to lose amazing teachers. I don't know if you're aware of this, but when teachers start teaching the first few years, they're not that great, I will admit. I mean, I have to admit, I started teaching at White Rock. I did a first, second, and third newcomers class. I speak Spanish. I tried my best. I kind of was by myself in a portable, and I had no clue what I was doing. I really did not. So now I'm 20 years in the works, and I'm way better. I would have done that job way better. So just FYI, you out of the credential program, teachers don't know everything. You learn on the job. So retain those highly qualified teachers, the ones with experience. We you know, and then I also was unpacking materials in my. So now I'm 20. Okay.
Where's that audio? Sorry, Jenny.
Okay, I was unpacking materials today that kindergarten teachers received. We didn't know we were getting these, and it's just a bunch of materials And it just made my heart sink because seeing these materials, which I know cost a ton of money, it just makes me think definitely the focus is not on us, it's on things. And just please think about us. We're the ones that really make the difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Next, we have Casey. Hi, Casey. Welcome.
Hello. Is there someone after me? Did you want to tell someone you're on deck?
That will be, we're going to Zoom after, after you. So, yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Casey Shingera. I'm in year 10 with the district. I have dual credentials in English and social science. I teach at Folsom High School. I teach AP Junior English and Gen Ed Junior English. I also have a master's in education, curriculum, and instruction. So, I would like to point out how embarrassing and sad it is that you lost 15% of our teachers. We did not lose them to overall resignations. We lost them because it's not that they don't want to stop teaching. They can't afford to keep teaching here. They relocated. I have colleagues in my own department who did that. She's making $15,000 more this year. Roseville. West Park High School, babies, it's new. Okay. A little while ago, one of my colleagues shared with us a salary schedule from the year 2000 and just simply adjusted that schedule for inflation. If we had kept current with inflation, I would be making nearly $15,000 more today in this district than I am. In the Roseville pay schedule, I'd be making $16,000 more today. A $1,000 difference each year, I can make my peace with that. I love my people. Knowing I'm turning down $16,000 every year, and I've been here for 10 years, that's life-changing. That's pathway-changing. So what happens when those teachers of us who have the 3 years, the 5 years, the 10 years, as Mr. Wera pointed out, wise up to this, make these decisions with our families? Teachers leave. Qualities of programs go down. Programs do not exist without these people. Our programs are only excellent because of these people. The quality of programs will go down. The quality of the schools and the reputation of the schools will go down. This will not be the district it once was, and you cannot ride the wave of its reputation anymore. So, here's what I would say. You got your raise, and I'm happy for you. That is great, but how do you not see the parallel? How do you not see the parallel when you compare yourself to other districts? How do you not? So please, as you've heard me say before, and I'll say it again because I like a rhyme, don't give us your praise, give us our raise.
Thank you, Casey. Do we have anyone online?
We do.
It's not letting me unlock her hand. It's not letting me unmute her. Now it just did.
Madeline, welcome.
Hi there, everybody. Just want to let you know I am in the hallway watching, but I'm the one that had my sign held up, and you know what? It really, really hurt my arms, but I would do it 10 times because we deserve it. This is only my 8th year teaching and my 4th year with the district. However, on my 3rd year at my other district, while I was still an intern teacher, your district, one of your principals called me to come over to your district because they didn't have anybody to teach physics. Raise your hand if you teach physics on the board, if you have a degree. Raise your hand if you have a degree in biology. Raise your hand if you have a degree in chemistry. Raise your hand if you have a master's degree on top of all of those, because I do. I could go to any district in the area and I could teach anywhere. Ask any parent in my class what they think of my class, and I guarantee you they will have something positive to say. So board members, please come be in my class, C101 at Folsom High School. I will see you there, and you can see what amazing things we do and what amazing things I do with my own money, because I care and because I want our students to be better. if we want our students to work at Intel someday, or in biotech corporations, or anywhere that their parents dream of them attending, you would pay us more, and you would pay science and math teachers more.
Thank you, Madeline. Next speaker,
Next, we have NW.
NW. Welcome.
Hi, this is Nancy White. I'm a teacher at Cordova High School, but I'm going to let my son talk. We're outside, and he's the kid with the big-headed sign. His name is Nathan.
Hello. My name's Nathan. You probably already know that. And I am from Sutter Middle School. Now, teachers, they work really hard. I like my teachers, okay? They make us awesome lessons, and they work really hard. Like, my mom comes home exhausted every day. And sometimes she just stays up late at night just working. Like, a lot. But then when it came to realize that teachers aren't getting paid enough for how much they do, you know. Just ridiculous when you hear about that, you know. So, you know, my teachers and my mom work hard. So let's show that we care, all right? We care about students. It's time to start caring about teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. No more? Okay. That wraps up public comment. Thank you to everyone who came tonight. A special thanks to Meg, Jenny, and Christina for putting up with my kids over the years. And we are going to move on to reports of district organizations. We are going to start with Student Advisory Board.
So SAB had our first annual retreat on July 15th at Cordova High School. And it was a really great opportunity for us to meet our SAB representatives that we have for this coming school year and begin thinking about our objectives for SAB. And our first SAB meeting for this year will be held on September 7th.
Wonderful. Oh, sorry.
Also, we are still looking for representatives from Cordova High School, Sutter Middle, Mitchell, Kinney, Walnutwood. So if any students are interested in joining one-day, monthly, in-person meetings, they can send either of us an email, and that could be found on the FCUSD website under the SAB page.
Awesome. Next, we are going to California School Employees Association. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you. Good evening, President Reed, Superintendent Dr. Kaligian, and board members. Wow, we've got some pretty impressive educators. So awesome, awesome. And your classified staff is very much impressed with you, and we hope you're impressed with us as well. Regarding the Design Tech High School MOU, the appropriate place for these conditions is in a revised petition, so it will be enforceable. Back to the particular issues for classified staff. On EdJoin today, there are 191 unfilled classified positions. I think in the past year, I've given similar numbers to you at several board meetings. We have a problem, and just like with the teachers, we need to get these jobs filled, and we need to attract qualified candidates, and we need to pay people what they can get elsewhere. And it will take a significant raise, and we met over the summer and we worked on it, and we will continue to work on it, and we want to get to resolution. So that's our commitment to us. We want to work to resolution. My concern, though, is for our students that are not getting their services. The quicker we can get this done, the quicker we can take care of our students. So let's not let our students pay the price. Thank you.
Next up, we have the Folsom Cordova Education Association. Welcome, Angelica.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Kaligian and members of the board. Okay, I'm not going to get emotional, but it is truly my honor and privilege to represent these educators in this room tonight, and in the hallway, and in the parking lot. I can't say enough. I mean, it's the first week of school. They're exhausted. They've taken time from their families to be here tonight to tell you what is going on in their lives and give you a firsthand account of what's happening. Sorry, I lost my place. I really hope that you were truly listening to their words and that you are able to act on them and give the district direction to reach a resolution. I'm going to be very brief because Tracy's presentation, she's going to follow me. She's going to give you a little more detail and more insight. FCUSD needs to be competitive to retain our high-quality educators from year to year and give our students a consistent education. I just did the new teacher orientation with 116 new educators. We want to keep them. We don't want them going off to another district down the road. The stability is important to staff as well, to build professional relationships and support successful PLCs, which we're priding ourselves on right now. This directly impacts our students' educational outcomes. And I'm just going to leave, before Tracy comes up, with a quote from Barack Obama: "Invest in our teachers and our children will succeed." Thank you.
Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you. On Friday, August 5th, in the staff welcome back speech, Dr. Kaligian shared Synex circles. FCEA wholeheartedly agrees that our students are the why at the center of the circle. However, we have questions about the district's how, the process, and the what, the results, that will be addressed further in this presentation. As the district is recommitting to the PLC process this year, it is appropriate to start with looking at the data, looking at our evidence, our results, and the what. While these numbers are moving targets, there are some clear takeaways. The long warned about teacher shortage has been accelerated with COVID. Districts everywhere are losing teachers and struggling to replace them. FCEA is particularly concerned with what's happening here at our district. 105 resignations is not acceptable. That is your staff telling you that it's not okay here. 38 retirements, especially after we've offered incentives only a couple years ago, are telling you that people are retiring who would probably still be here if things were okay. I think we can go to the next slide. So I don't love reading quotes, but I'm reading this one from the Economic Policy Institute from a couple of years ago. The educator shortage imposes real costs on teachers themselves, on students, on schools, and on the education system at large. In addition to the economic cost of replacing teachers who are leaving, there are performance costs when highly qualified teachers leave schools. This year, Folsom Cordova is starting with 85 new probationary teachers, 82 teachers on temporary contracts, 15 interns, and 23 on waivers. Additionally, as of the last numbers I saw, 23 classroom teaching positions are still unfilled. That's not counting the 5 special ed teachers you're missing, 3 counselors, and additional specialist positions just from our bargaining unit. This is unfair to students and it's unfair to families. Having a revolving door of substitutes is not the way to have a quality education. It also adds to the stresses on remaining teachers who step in to support with things like creating lessons, grading, losing their own prep to subbing. We need to retain the teachers we have and be a district that is attractive to highly qualified new hires. Next slide, please. So we're going to be focusing on these first few slides on the ongoing increases in revenue as we look at the funding. Even in ideal conditions, our salary schedule isn't keeping up with inflation. Teachers entering the profession, we know, if you want to go to the next slide, we're overeducated and we're underpaid compared to the careers that we could pursue elsewhere, given their educational levels. You want to go to the next slide? I'm sorry, go back. There we go. No one goes into teaching planning to get rich. We share the district's why, meeting the needs of students. However, that said, we did not take a vow of poverty either. Highly qualified teachers cost money. Retaining the ones that you have would lessen your need to go find the new ones that are proving very difficult to find. We also need to be a place that actually attracts people to them. And you heard the references. There are plenty of other districts nearby that might be better bets at this point. Next slide. If your house is on fire, that's not really the right time to stop and start reconsidering your insurance choices. You don't want to talk about pros and cons. At the negotiating table, we have some ideas out there that might be good long-term discussions, but your house is on fire. What FCEA is asking for is what our members are telling us will at least triage the disaster and stop the bleeding. If you look at other districts on the left, these are your local competitors. We don't have to drive that far to get there. If you take a look at the percent of their budget that they're spending on salary and medical benefits for the equivalent of our bargaining unit, we're over there on the right at 42%, far below average, roughly 5% below what other comparable districts, and you already heard that we have teachers who've gone there. You heard it tonight. If you look at the right, we also want to show the ones who have the same unduplicated pupil percentages, they're funded like us, just in case that becomes an argument. Because admittedly, some of the districts near us do get more money. But if you look at San Marcos and Saddleback in particular, their UPP is identical to ours. And that's almost 10% more of their budget that they are choosing to spend on their teachers. Sorry, I lost my place for a second. In both cases, FCUSD is lagging behind. We say that teachers are valued, but your budget priorities suggest otherwise. Next slide, please. So, what are our priorities? What are we spending our money on? Are we placing our money on items? You heard someone talking about the supplies that they were unwrapping. We certainly have invested in programs like letters. And then we make decisions about that seem to contradict the things in that program that are successful, particularly in small group settings. So we question third, do you have a plan? Are we being proactive or reactive? It's understandable during COVID that everyone had to think on their feet, and we were all feeling the building of the plane as it flies. But I've been here a long time. That seems to be our ongoing operating principle, and not clear that that is serving anyone well. Next slide, please. So where is the money going? It's a little unfair to pick and choose, but we're just going to look at a couple of categories. So here are two places where we are spending more than other people. We're on the left. Operational expenses covers a lot of ground, but it also includes conferences and consultants. It's an important part of education. However, we're sending a lot of really well-trained teachers that we have paid to train elsewhere to serve someone else's needs and someone else's students. If you take a look at the next slide, again, capital outlay is a huge category. I'm pretty sure I don't understand every bit of it, but I understand it includes copy machines and Chromebooks. I appreciate working copy machines. I've been in places where that has not happened in our district, so let me say thank you. Chromebooks are useful tools in the learning process in the hands of highly qualified teachers. If FCUSD doesn't attract or retain teachers who can use these tools wisely, is this money well spent? Next slide. I mentioned the house being on fire. Not everyone's telling you this, but a lot of people are leaving, particularly if they have families, because honestly, it'd be foolish to stay. We are barely making the single coverage, barely covers the least expensive high deductible program, but at least it covers it. For families, they're in the hole. For even the least expensive high deductible, and it's high deductible plans, their money's coming out of their paycheck before they even get the insurance. And this is long before the co-pays and all the other expenses kick in and hit their budget. We are losing teachers simply because families can't afford to work here. Next slide, please. This is a busy slide, but bottom line, special ed, these people are unicorns. You should be hugging them and hanging on to them as long as possible. FCEA and Folsom Cordova, we've worked hard together. We've had numerous plans to try to address the needs of special ed teachers whose work level and paperwork is astonishing. And we've tried something, it didn't work. We tried something else, it still didn't work. So we are asking that we just flat give them a stipend. It doesn't begin to compensate them for their extra time, but at least it shows some respect to everybody, and it would work. And the offset difference is negligible given your budget. If you look in the middle of that, we're offering bonuses to hire new special ed teachers, trying to find them, and then they're not staying. So now you've also added extra workload to the ones who are still staggering in here, or maybe they're just too tired to look for work elsewhere at the end of the day. Next slide. So if you look at your ongoing expenses, in addition to COLA, which is lovely, we also got a pretty big boost when it came to increases to our LCFF base grant. So you're getting more than 12.84% and continuing that 8% ask of ours. Doesn't seem all that greedy, frankly. Bringing family medical costs, and just families, that's all we're talking about, to minimally, only minorly embarrassing levels would be helpful. And spending a little bit of money to show some respect to our special ed teachers. Again, we're talking about stopping your bleeding, not really solving the problem long term. Next. The next couple slides are on one-time funding, and I'm not going to read all that, but bottom line, you're swimming in one-time money, which is lovely. It's not a bad problem to have. But as you look at your grants, as you think about your categorical programs, you need people to implement them. And you don't have all those people. And the people that you have are tired and not necessarily looking on taking on extra, which is what a lot of these programs represent. And if we want to roll to the next slide. Our LCAP goal, as I see it, is still trying to get highly qualified teachers. I told you I'd be back talking about our rollover budget. When we see rollovers at $10 million increments, and we're getting less than positive feedback when we ask for $3,000 per teacher, which doesn't begin to cover that out-of-pocket cost and unpaid overtime and all the other things we've done, it's hard to feel really respected at that point. If you want to go to the next slide. So the real recap, if you've got $60 million in one-time revenues and our ask is $3 million and it is dismissed as being greedy in some places, that is not really improving your employee relationships. Next slide. So at the top, there's some mysteries. I don't fully understand why we're spending even less on certificate salaries this year compared to last year. Maybe it's because we're hiring newer people and we lost the expensive ones. Maybe it's a fraction thing. We have so much more money coming in that our denominator blew up. It's something we probably need to look at some point. But bottom line, with our 8% increase ask, the $4,000 just for the people taking family medical, the cost offset for special ed, because remember you had some expenses already built in, we're talking 11.6 million. I think you got it. And even if you don't think you have it, you could make some different choices, be comparable to your competitor districts, and find it. If you want to go to the next slide. You've heard I hope you've heard the people tonight, because they're saying the same things that are being said up there. We know we don't get rich as teachers. We expect and accept that our work-life balance is problematic, perhaps non-existent, for about 9 months of the year. Since COVID, however, people are fed up and not necessarily putting up with it the way that we used to. We have teachers who are retiring long before they actually plan to, because it's just better for them to not be here. We have teachers going to different districts because it is financially smarter to actually be able to afford medical benefits for your family or pay the gas for your commute. We have people leaving the profession entirely, and in some cases getting paid less money, but the offset in reduced stress and anxiety and workload is more than worth it to them. I don't think that's what's going to help improve education, and I don't think it serves the needs of the people we've said are our why. It does not serve our students. I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege. I started with this district in August of 1989. Which means I've been here longer than anyone up here, probably most people here, and the vast majority back behind me. It seems to me that the district is at a tipping point based on my personal observations of being here all those years. The data supports that tipping point notion. You saw your 15% loss, and you can also see what we're seeing in terms of budgeting. It breaks my heart that we're doing this to our district. You have exhausted my patience, and if you listen behind me, you've exhausted my colleagues' patience as well. Truthfully, you're not going to get, and you really haven't earned much grace when it comes to implementing some of the new programs we're talking about. And I'm from the side, I'm a high school teacher, so I'm seeing this secondhand from the sidelines. But when you're rolling out the new common elementary prep time, looks like it's being done with people playing a really dysfunctional game of telephone tag. People aren't patient with it. They're not okay with it. If they haven't left yet, too many of my colleagues are looking elsewhere, and if they're listening tonight, they have some good ideas where to look. Words of support or plans to recommit to the PLC process ring hollow when budget choices made seem to dismiss the value of your existing highly qualified staff. I hope you're listening to me. I hope you're actually listening to my colleagues as well. We are telling you what needs to happen to at least stop the bleeding and try to address the issues for our district. Staffing issues aren't unique here, but the choices and actions or non-actions you are collectively taking are making it worse and creating conditions that will make it increasingly less likely you retain the highly qualified teachers you have, and make it even less likely that highly qualified teachers are going to start here or stay here once they get here. I said I've been here 30 years. I've spent that 30 years serving students and helping to build this district. Don't break it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. Next, we're going to go to Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening, Board President Reed, Dr. Kaligian, and members of the board. I'm Amy Strawn, proud principal over at Mitchell Middle School, and this year's FCLA president. This is my first board meeting, so here we go. We're thrilled on behalf of FCLA to have our campuses back and open. We're thrilled to have everyone back on campus. And tonight what I want to do is celebrate some of the things that our managers and sites have done to really intentionally welcome our students back on campus. One common thing among all of our sites is really just that intentional effort, and I want to share that. Starting with, for example, Principal Kat Berry and her team at Oak Chan. They hosted the annual PTO Dragon Rally, which offered students and families the opportunity to tour the campus, mingle, and learn important school information. They didn't have that when I was there, so that's pretty cool. That is when I was a student at Oak Chan Elementary. Over at Navigator Elementary, the kindergarten and first grade team successfully helped their students learn those lunchtime procedures, which are so incredibly important and sometimes difficult. Folsom Middle had a successful JAG walk, and Mills hosted Rodeo Day for their incoming sixth graders. Cordova High facilitated their annual freshman orientation, hosted by Link Crew, some of them are right here behind me, which was a great way really to welcome the newest Lancers and get them excited for coming back to school. The administration team at Vista Del Lago distributed personalized treats to students as a way to connect on day one. FCLA is committed this year to building and creating space for connection. And hearing about some of the wins that we had just this week, we're confident that this will be a good year. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Next, we have District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening. I know President Reed is with us on Zoom. Members of the board, Dr. Kaligian, my esteemed colleagues, I have a quick update with DELAC. We will be having our first official meeting on September 13th. There was a meeting scheduled this month so that we can review CARS. CARS has been delayed. We're in the process of completing it. So we will have a meeting to support their understanding and their approval of that, and it'll come to you as a board for approval as well. So again, just to summarize, on September 13th, we will have our DELAC meeting. Looking forward to that. It will be in person, and I'll send the invitation out to you all as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda consent. Is there anyone that would like to pull anything off of consent?
Yes, I would like to move it and pull item L.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. Short to approve agenda consent, but remove item L.
Yes.
Is that approve routine personnel action items?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Superintendent, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Rostova?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, so we will move to agenda item, agenda consent item L.
All right. So I just want to give a shout out, and I don't think he's in this room, to Peter Maroon and the staff at Cordova High on the hire of the new football coach. Here's my concern. I want to make sure that this coach has support in place for him, that he's not struggling as in the other coaches. And when I look back at everything, and I'm obviously the sports guy on this board, we have gone through 5 coaches, it might be 4, but 4 or 5 coaches in the last 6 years. It continues to be a merry-go-round. And I'm just trying to get to the bottom of why we're losing these coaches. I don't know if it's support. And another thing that we're doing is we're putting an interim tag on them. I'm not a big fan of that interim tag unless somebody can explain it to me of why we're putting tags on these coaches. Because in the previous years, we've put that interim tag, and it just, I don't know. I think a coach would have more pride if he had, yeah, I'm the head coach, not the interim, but the head coach of Cordova's football team. So I just kind of wanted to get an explanation of why we're doing it. I want to have an understanding that those coaches and that head coach will have the support not only of this district, not only of this board, but of the staff at Cordova as well.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And we also are excited for Coach Williams and want to see him successful with our Lancer football team this season. We have looked at some support, additional support that we have there to help set him up for success. Mr. Ogden, would you like to share a little bit about the additional support that we're putting in place? And we want to thank Mr. Maroon, too, because he's done an incredible job in supporting our athletic program there.
Yeah, good questions. Thank you, Board Member Clark. First of all, we did lose a coach towards the end of summer, so we did not have much time to go out and recruit a coach. We did put a position out there and looked for qualified applicants. The coach who we chose, Kyle, was coaching. He was the head coach of our JV team. Yep. He'd already stepped up, knowing that our former coach had left. He was doing the summer workouts and the things they're allowed to do during the summer. And we felt he was the best fit to move him into that position. He brought along with him, he is a Cordova graduate. He played for Max Miller. He also went on to play semi-pro football. And he has many ex-Lancers, or I guess Lancers, they're still Lancers, right? Because they graduated, who are back and helping him coach. And so we're really excited about the team he's put together to support him. Now, beyond that, we've also hired someone to come on and be basically an operations manager, because Coach Williams is an off-site coach. He works during the day, and he'll come and coach after work. And we've made that work before, but in this situation, we've added some staff to sort of be a liaison between coach and the teachers and the staff at Cordova High School to provide that bridge and extra support.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is on. I'm not questioning his qualifications. I know Coach Williams, and I know he's a really good coach. And I just want to make sure that we stop this coaching merry-go-round, because that's what it looks like. I mean, we've got thriving programs up in Folsom at Vista. But it just seems like year after year, we get a coach, we're excited, and we lose them. And I mean, we had one that took the team, I think 3 years ago, to the playoffs. You slap that interim tag on them, and then you let them go. And I'm just really not comfortable with the tag, you know what I mean? And I mean, can we do something to stop this continuous not recycle, but bringing in coaches? I mean, because I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, does Coach Williams want this tag on him? Does he not want it? Does he want to feel that pride of a head coach, or does he want to be, yeah, I'm the interim head coach? I mean, have we discussed this with him at all? Okay. And he's good with it?
Peter Maroon was the one who worked with him on it, and that was, I think it was mutually acceptable. That's what they wanted to do for this year.
Okay. All right. The board wants to jump in.
Any other board questions? Any public comment? Well, we pulled it off consent.
We pulled it off consent.
She can come to the podium.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this is just more of a question I'm really curious about. I too am a huge sports athletics. I support them. I think they're insanely important.
Can you state your name, please?
Jen
Sorry.
Tarbox,
Right.
sorry. Thank you for giving me a second. I do have a question. It's been a concern of mine in regards to Cordova, and I don't know the answer. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. For example, Folsom High, I've been on the boosters there for 5 years. I believe sports are important, not just athletically, but so much for these kids. Mentally, emotionally, athletically, a million reasons I can go on. With Cordova, and listening to what Mr. Clark said in regards to feeling supported in the program, I had reached out recently on social media. Cordova does not have a booster program. A lot of the success that happens at Folsom is because of the support of the booster program. I've done soccer and I've done volleyball, and as I sat here today, I'm ready to go to Cordova and talk to the volleyball coach and offer my assistance as a booster. What can I do? How can I support? Because it's about all the kids, not just the ones that I help at Folsom High. With Cordova not having a booster program, I think that puts a lot of strain on the coaches. Every school has to raise funds to support their program. Today, I had to place an order for all of Folsom High's volleyball uniforms, which came from the parents and fundraising. You can't expect a coach to put that all together. Our coach needed my help to do it. How can we, or what can we do to help Cordova get a booster program, to support the football program, to support all the other sports? And I know it's all volunteer and we all put in time. I can't wrap my head around how Cordova doesn't have this support. And I mean, personally, I will go to Cordova and support the sports too. I don't care that my kid doesn't go there. But I think that that's a big thing for them not feeling supported. You look at Folsom High support from the community, that says more, I think, than just the school support. The support they get from the people, the community, showing up, volunteering, doing fundraisers. And that's something Cordova, I think, needs from everyone in the district. And I personally, and you could tell any coach you want, I will go. I will go and help with my 5 years experience on booster to see what these kids need.
Thanks, Jen. Any other public comment? Please state your name.
I'm Jennifer Larrett. We actually last year created the Rancho Cordova Student Athlete Coalition. And we are in the process of actually forming said booster club. It is quite a labor-intensive process to do a booster club, to get to be a booster club. The other thing that we do have in Rancho is that because we have not had a booster club, we do have our Measure H funds that the city steps in to help with some of those things. But consistently, what we hear from the sites is that it's very difficult to access said Measure H funds. They consistently have a difficult time getting their uniforms. It's a very labor-intensive process. The funds have already been allocated, actually, by the city for this next year. And when the football coach asked the AD at the school what Measure H funds they would be looking at, they were told, we don't know what those funds are going to look like, and those funds probably won't be allocated until spring sports. So we consistently have this lag that happens between the Measure H, and I'm not sure how we kind of break that down, but that is some of the issue of them accessing the funds to get some of the equipment that they need. The uniforms always have a lag time, and that's just, it's a labor-intensive process. So we have stepped in and we've been working with the district to try to smooth out some of those processes. We actually have allocated $50,000 to RCSAC. So like last year when the golf team needed greens fees paid, they called RCSAC, and RCSAC stepped in with our Measure H funds and paid those immediately to help with some of that lag time. So I think that's also some of where the coaches feel a little bit disjointed, is that it's difficult because the Measure H funds aren't necessarily allocated to the sites, and that's a district process. So that's a little bit different for them when they have to like go through a district process to get some of those things. So that's hard to, especially for a new coach that's coming in, trying to figure out what they have equipment wise and things like that, to figure that out, because that is quite a process. So if everyone kind of bear with us a little bit longer, we are working on that booster club, and we will definitely be reaching out, and we've been reaching out to community to ask for some additional volunteers and things like that. But we did just lose one of our board members. He passed away. So we are working through that process as well. So that's just kind of an update on where we stand with that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want to give an extra job to Peter, but he's not here. So maybe Peter could meet with the city too, or Mr. Maroon, I'm sorry, and, see if we can get quicker access to those funds. Any other public comment? Any board comments?
Mr. Hoover?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I had a question for the superintendent. I know that with coaches, we generally tend to have coaches who are employees of the district. I know this individual who is in the interim head coach position is not an employee of the district. Is there anything that prevents us from offering a head coach position to a non-employee?
Are we talking about a walk-on coach?
I'm talking about, for example, this interim head coach at Cordova High.
To offer him a position on, can you restate your question? I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
Yeah, our coaches, especially our head coaches, frequently are employees of the district.
True.
Either certificated or classified. And the current interim head coach at Cordova High is not an employee of the district. Is there anything in board policy, district policy, or state law that prohibits a school district from hiring a full-time head coach or hiring a head coach who's not an employee of the district?
Not in the law or the ed code. However, it's how we post the position and what expectations we put when we post that position is really what would determine that. But there isn't anything legally that would prevent us from being able to do that. Matter of fact, we probably have.
I mean, generally speaking, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Clark. The number of head coaches that we've gone through at Cordova High is a little mind-numbing over the last 5-6 years. I just wanted, if we find that this interim head coach is a good fit and likes the position and is working well, I would like at least for us to consider the possibility, even though he's not an employee of the district, of offering him the head coach position rather than looking for someone to be an employee of the district to have that position. At least consider it, I guess, the possibility. So anyway, but I just wanted to agree with my colleague, Mr. Clark. I think he does raise a good point here.
Thank you.
All right. Any other board comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Short. Superintendent, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Sharosova?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And we also have some positions on the personnel report in leadership roles that I would like to introduce and welcome as a result of approving the personnel action form tonight, if that's okay. First of all, and we have with us our new community school specialist, Ms. Carla Davis. She's joining us tonight, and we welcome her. And she's also a former Folsom Cordova graduate. Come on to the podium, Ms. Davis, as I read a little bit of your bio here. Ms. Davis has 3 years of experience leading, merging, and designing community schools in the San Francisco East Bay area. She's previously served as a school site principal, academic coordinator, instructional specialist, and teacher in the Sacramento and Bay Area schools. We're very excited to have you on board with our new community schools grant, and I know you're going to be working side by side with Ms. Hazarian, but also with all of our site principals and our community. So welcome aboard. We're just thrilled to have you here.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Very good. Thank you.
Welcome.
Also, we would like to, let's give her a round of applause. And thank you for coming this evening. Also, in a new leadership position is Ms. Andrea Rodriguez. She is our new assistant principal at Cordova Meadows Elementary. Not new to the district, she has formerly been at Rancho Cordova Elementary as an academic coach, where she implemented targeted instructional strategies for small groups of students who require extra supports for learning. And very excited to have her on board as our new assistant principal at Cordova Meadows Elementary. And I don't think she's in the house or virtually tonight, so let's give her a round of applause, congratulating her. And also, as we heard earlier from Mr. Clark, we're very excited to introduce our new head football coach at Cordova High School, Coach Kyle Williams, again, a familiar face in our community. Coach Williams is a CHS alumni who played for the legendary Max Miller and played in the Semi-Pro Football League for 7 years before he started his football coaching career. In 2021, Coach Williams came home to CHS to coach the JV and varsity teams as the line coach. Coach Williams' connection to the community and to Cordova High will serve him well in his new leadership role. He's not able to join us tonight because he is prepping and working with the team and getting them ready for their scrimmage that's coming up this weekend against Rio Linda. So we welcome him aboard in this position. We thank him for stepping up, and we wish him a great season. Congratulations, Coach Williams. And last on our list of leadership positions, we want to welcome and congratulate Ms. Brooke Knight, our new payroll benefits manager. She began her journey working in education over 15 years ago in the greater Sacramento area. She began her journey as an accountant in several different districts, and she's always been passionate about supporting the mission of student success and finds joy in knowing her work will ultimately help all of our learners in her role as payroll benefits manager. We love that student-centered focus, and we welcome Ms. Knight. Is she with us virtually? Oh, okay, there she is. Welcome, Brooke, and thank you for joining us, and congratulations in the new role. I see you with your little one there. Thanks for joining, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Brooke.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, and welcome all. We're going to move to discussion action. Item A, approval of 45-day budget revision. Superintendent?
Yes, tonight we have the 45-day budget revision, which are the changes since the governor has approved the budget, which happened on June 27th. And we had last given approval of our tentative budget at the June 23rd meeting. As we know, there's additional revenue that's come to us, so this presentation will outline those specifics, and I'm going to ask Mr. Martin to go ahead and share his presentation.
Good evening. Thank you. And Tracy already took the good slides. There's more money coming, which we're excited about, so appreciate that from her. But we're just going to go over a couple of slides here pretty quickly. If you have specific questions, just please let me know. We're required from when the state budget is signed within 45 days, that's why we call it the 45-day budget update, to provide information to the public of what changes to our budget are material in nature. So today is actually the last day to do that, so it worked out really well for us. Really, when it comes to the state budget, we knew there was negotiations happening between the Assembly and the governor on finalizing all of the one-time dollars, the additional funds at the state. The governor ultimately agreed with the legislature. They're allocating about 60% of the new money in one-time investments. And so we're seeing a lot of funding coming in, one-time nature that you'll see here on the next couple slides. This is just a quick summary of the governor's proposal back in January compared to May. You can see that, boy, did the numbers increase significantly from January to May. And then, of course, the enacted budget increased even a little bit more than that. So we really built our budget in June based off of the May information. And those are in billions. Those aren't our allocations. Those are the state dollars. We're not getting billions of dollars, just so everybody knows. And just so highlighting on the unrestricted side, so we always talk about our budget as unrestricted dollars, restricted dollars. Unrestricted dollars are those dollars that are flexible for the most part, that allow us to prioritize services and needs, whereas the restricted dollars normally have strings attached that require us to use them on specific programs, services, or students. The local control funding formula, you heard about that already before. We are looking at, from the adopted budget, an additional about $5.6 million. That was the number that Tracy was talking about. And we already had the full COLA of 6.56%, but the final budget included an additional base increase to the LCFF formula of about almost 3%, 2.99% over what we had budgeted. So that's where the additional revenues come from there. Additionally, there were several proposals going around on how they were going to deal with all of the ADA loss last year because of COVID and the missing school days, along with looking at a different methodology. Prior to this budget, that either you had to take the greater of your current year average daily attendance or the prior year. And the proposal that has come in place is now we can take current year, prior year, or a 3-year average. And we are actually going to apply a 3-year average for our district for this year. Additionally, for just last year, because we were around a 93% attendance to enrollment ratio, that our funding would have been significantly lower. The state did a 1-year hold harmless, in a sense, saying that you could take your enrollment but multiply it on your historical attendance to enrollment instead of your actual. So instead of using 93%, we're closer to almost 96%, 95 and some change. And so that significantly impacted it. And what is really good is you can use both. So we got the best of both worlds. We thought it was going to be one or the other, and so neither one really would have benefited us, but because we get to take the higher number for last year and average over 3 years, that is actually going to be a one-time increase of about $2 million in funding for this year that originally was not in the adopted budget. And so that's regards to that COVID ADA relief that you see there. Continuing on, some additional unrestricted funds that we're getting. As you're aware, there is a universal transitional kindergarten program where they're expanding the age range in which eventually all 4-year-olds will be able to come to school for the entire school year. Right now, it's extended out each year about 3 months of 4-year age. So where about 4.5-year-olds can now attend on the first day of school and qualify and get funding. To do this, they are also requiring us to change the classroom ratio of adults to students for transitional kindergarten. So this is a big change here. They're requiring us to go to a 12-to-1 ratio of adults to students for transitional kindergarten. So in essence, we have to have a second person in there. For us, we're using instructional aides to provide that, as well as, because we have AM, PM at some sites, some of that time will be covered by a second teacher. The AM teacher will cover the PM, PM will cover the AM. To cover that additional cost associated with that, they are giving an add-on, and it's about $2,800 per TK ADA. So for our district, we're projecting about $300,000 in an add-on for that. So that'll be some additional money, but that will then be offset by the cost of hiring those extra staff members needed for that. So. Another one, this was a little bit of a surprise in the sense that we weren't anticipating it to fully go through. There were several bills or options available to the legislature about transportation funding. They were looking at fully funding it. They were looking at changing the model of transportation, requiring everybody to provide home to school. And where they ended up with is they actually allocated about a little over $600 million ongoing for the purposes of allocating towards transportation shortfall, more or less meaning the amount that transportation, we only get about $1 million in transportation funding, and our cost is significantly greater than that. And so that just comes from the general fund. And so what they're saying is that they're looking at a model where for home to school transportation only, they will fund up to currently 60% of our cost. And so for us, that would be about $3 million extra. It'd be $4 million total that we would get. We already get $1 million, so they'll give us about $3 million more. So we'd get about $4 million, which would cover about 60%. The downside with the way this funding model has worked, it's up to 60%. It could be less because the $637 million that's been appropriated, that's the cap. So if expenditures go in for all the school districts greater than what they're thinking it's going to be, then it will maybe only 55% or 50% or 40%. It will be variable based upon how much gets expended by all the school districts in the state that apply for this funds. So 60% is the max, so that's the maximum we would potentially get. It's actually based off our actual expenditures, so it will vary based off that. But it is still definitely a mass improvement over what we've had for transportation for many years. There are certain requirements attached to it. One is we cannot charge fees to unduplicated pupils, which we don't do anyway. And we do have to bring a plan to the board prior to April 1st, highlighting these items that we have here on the list, which truly we're doing already. So we're pretty much comfortable with accepting these funds and think this is going to be an additional benefit for us. So the next 2 or 3 slides are going to be with regards to some one-time funds and restricted activities. So as Tracy had also said, we're getting some one-time dollars. This is a restricted account that we are getting $16 million, but it actually does have specific requirements. It's called the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So it can only be used for specific purposes. And of course, once the dollars are spent, they are gone. We have up until 27-28 for this one. And you can see the different activities you can do there. It really is tied to learning recovery. So it's learning loss, trying to support systems or things that we can do to catch students up because of the learning loss associated with COVID. The next one is Art, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. The name is a little bit of a misnomer. It's not just for art, music, and instructional materials. It can actually be used for any of the items there, including professional development, operational costs, and then it also looks like books and COVID-19 related needs. So that money has to be spent by 25-26, so we have several years for that. And that one actually does require that we create an expenditure plan. So we'll be bringing that in the next couple of months or so to the board on priorities and use of those dollars. Another restricted program, which I'm sure you're already familiar with, is the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. This is the program that is expanding the instructional day for our unduplicated pupils to up to 9 hours a day, and also requires us to offer up to 30 days outside of the school year for a 9-hour day program as well. So this is a huge program, big investment. And so we originally were budgeting, I think it was about $4.5 million, and the final allocations came in, and we're going to get about another $2.5 million. So we're going to get about $7 million for that. But again, this is a restricted for a very specific purpose to be able to offer and house the students for that extra 3 hours every day for the entire school year. They did push out the timelines for a lot of these things. We were thinking that we had to be fully implemented this year. They did push these out so that really the audit and the analysis of this is going to really impact us next fiscal year. So Marie Pollock is the lead on that, and so she's going to be leading the team. Really our biggest thing right now is hiring the staff associated with having that, because we have some school sites that are 90% unduplicated pupils, right? So that would be potentially up to 200-300 kids that would be there for an extra 3 hours. So it's as though we're expanding the day an extra third. And so we need to have staff associated with that. And so we're trying to work through that, working with other partners to see if we can provide some of those services, working with our food service department to offer supper, all of those pieces. So there's a lot going on. And so when you bring it all together, I know there's a lot on this little slide. So what we're looking at is kind of the broken down by unrestricted and restricted, the difference between the adopted budget and then with the 45-day, what the revised budget would look like. These slides and a lot more detail will be coming at first interim. That will be in December. We'll have first interim budget. Hopefully we'll have negotiations done. We'll have all of that settled in there as well and all the costs associated with that. So, but going across, if you want to just go and take a look, what we did was I broke out the revenues, but the expenditures, we didn't make any changes on the 45-day budget from the expenditures from adopted budget, so those numbers stayed the same. But on the revenue side, you can see the green is the adopted budget information, the red in the middle is the 45-day revised, and what you do is you see the revenues increasing there, about almost $8 million in the LCFF side, $3 million in other state resources, and that gives you about $11 million on the unrestricted side. On the restricted side, you see the $31 million there. That's a combination of the ELOP and the two one-time pots of money. You can see then that goes over into the updated budget. They get all combined together. And you see for 22-23 on the unrestricted side, we see a net increase of about $11 million. That's that kind of gold or orange on the unrestricted side, $11.1 million increase in our fund balance. That's great because we were only projecting about a $200,000 increase in those extra funds. That also does bring our ending fund balance up to about $56 million on the unrestricted side. And then you see the same kind of information on the restricted side. I did put in just as a note of reference that even though we're seeing that $11 million increase, it doesn't reflect the negotiation process that we have on right now. So remember also, we heard a lot from FCEA today, but we also still need to finish negotiations with CSEA, FCLA, and our unrepresented folks. And so we actually have proposals on the table with all of those groups. If you were to add up all the proposals we have out in negotiations, it's actually $22.4 million. So, that actually $22.4 million, when that hits the budget, that will eat up the $11 million and go into the reserves quite a bit. So it's important to recognize when we're talking about the numbers, we have to keep that in mind for all bargaining groups because we have to make sure that all of our employees are taken care of in that process. But just another point of reference, the new LCFF money total, because some of it was recognized already in the adopted budget, that was about a $23 million, that increase in our LCFF, and we're offering about $22 million of it out to staff. So, and that doesn't also include the fact that we had a significant PERS and STIRS increase. I believe it was over $2 million, $3 million for the PERS and STIRS increase that was included in the budget. That was a personnel cost increase as well. So there was quite a bit going on with that. And you can see with the negotiations, once that's all done, we'll probably end up with an ending reserve of about $34 million, which is a 13% reserve level, which is actually below the state average from 2021 from school services. So we would be eating up some of our reserves to make that happen, and we would actually be at a reserve level lower than the state average. So that's kind of the major information. This is on the charter school. We do bring them because they have their own individual budget. They are getting the same things. They are not getting ELOP, but they are getting some of the one-time monies and the COLA increase as well, and you can see that there. And then just last slide here, just a timeline of where we're at. The next budget information you'll come is in September when we close the books for 21-22. We'll take a look at how the books closed up. And then we'll be looking in December. That'll be the next big one when we do our first interim. And we also will bring the block grant information about the art music instruction. We also have dates already scheduled for our budget advisory committee. That committee will be really focusing on next year's budget, but we'll be starting up in January because that's when the governor's proposal for next year's budget, 23-24, will come out. And second interim and continuing down. So, questions?
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, I am. Mr. Clark.
Okay, thank you. Sean, go back to your reserve percentage again. What was the number on that?
13%.
Is that something normal that we carry as a district, or could we?
We actually have had a higher reserve level above 20% at times. The way the calculation works, it's a little quirky. It's your unrestricted ending fund balance divided by all expenditures, both unrestricted and restricted. That's how the formula is calculated.
Okay. So is it possible to go down to like 12%? How bad would that be?
It's not as good as 13%.
Well, I mean,
what the required economic requirement minimum is 3%. What I would say is when you start getting, that would be the very minimum. But what you have to realize is when you have reserve levels that low, any new expenditure, you have to either have revenue or cut something because you have no reserves. That's the whole idea of reserves. They are there to protect you from any shortfalls, anything that happens. And then year to year, what we often see is fluctuation in state dollars and revenues, those types of things. And when that happens, if those dollars don't come in, then you have to then allocate from your reserves. Additionally, we use reserves for when we don't budget long-term type of activities. We have textbook adoptions and things like that. Well, we don't do a textbook adoption every year, right? But when we need one, it costs $5 million for a textbook adoption. I'm making up that number. $5 million, say, for a textbook. I haven't been here when we've done a textbook adoption yet, so I don't know how much it costs yet. Maybe Jim knows. But when that happens, we have to build up reserves to do that. It's more or less like a savings account. And so we've identified specific things we have reserves for. Part of that money in there is the supplemental funds. Those are funds specifically tied. It's on the unrestricted side, but they're funds specifically for students, unduplicated students. I think we're going to have about a $7 or $8 million ending fund balance. So part of that money has to make sure it's still, even though it's unrestricted, it's still going to those students. So those are things. We have site accounts. So site donation accounts are in that pot of money.
Yeah, but that's not really.
No, it's not big dollars, but I'm just.
Dollars.
Yeah, no. But my point is, though, that there's a lot of different pieces within those dollars. And remember, those dollars are one-time dollars. So if you were to use those for ongoing purposes, say to pay utilities or pay salaries, the first year you can use it down to pay it. But when the money is gone, what do you use then, right? You have to be able to ongoing revenues for ongoing expenses and one-time things for one time. Now, you can use one time if you have a plan, like if you know the next year there's additional revenues that will come in that will offset that, or you have a plan long-term to bring additional lower expenditures somewhere else. So you're using the money one time to bridge you to the next location. But having reserves are important because that gives you that flexibility to make those decisions, right? So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Oops, sorry. Any other questions?
Yeah, a couple
Mr.
questions,
Hui?
if I can. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. On page 5, it mentions ADA, and I'm just wondering if you can kind of give us an update on enrollment numbers this year, kind of compared to what the projections had been in previous budgets.
Yes. So, great question. We're still working through numbers. I won't lie. This is my first time at Folsom Cordova. I'm used to numbers a little smaller, but from the information we're seeing from live counts, meaning head counts, we've walked around, we think we're right in line, pretty close to where we anticipated the adopted budget, which was a little over 20,000 students. We think we're in line there with that number. One of the things that I've been told is historical in this district is specifically on the Rancho Cordova side, we normally see enrollment increase the closer we get to Labor Day. Once we get on the other side of Labor Day, we see all the students in. So we have a couple of weeks here where we think we're in transition. Today, the team was working, curriculum instruction team was working diligently on doing actual head counts from the principals to see where we were at. Because the numbers in the registration side in Power School are higher, but we think they're overinflated. So we're still working that out. But we think we're going to hit our number that at least that the budget had. So
Yeah, it sounds like right now we're right at that number.
really pretty close all in all.
We're hoping it bumps
We'd love
up
to
a
see
little
it
bit
keep
from
growing.
there.
One of the things we can talk about as well is in the multi-year, we're projecting growth with regards to new construction. Recently, and we're going to talk about this on an item coming up, we had a meeting with the builders, local developer and builders in this community with some of the board members. And what they shared is they wanted to make sure, the first thing they told us is, please be careful, because right now we're seeing new construction permits and also interest in new homes dropping off dramatically compared to the previous. And we had built-in growth. So that'll be something that when we do the multi-year, we might need to be a little more conservative on going forward.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're very welcome.
One other thing on the slide 7 with transportation, just wanted I think it does say this is an ongoing increase.
Yes,
correct?
here's the thing. The $637 million appropriation is ongoing, but there isn't a COLA or anything automatic to it. So as expenditures continue to rise in the state, the allocation to schools will lower.
Yeah.
So it's as though this might probably be the peak of what we will get unless they allocate a COLA or something to.
Okay. I guess one of the questions around this is, I mean, if we have that extra money right now, just from a personnel standpoint, I mean, as we stand this moment, are we able to accommodate all the transportation? Do we have the personnel to do so?
So right now, we are down about 14 drivers. Mr. Snow gave us an update today, actually. It's great question. We are down about 14 drivers. We have 3 driver trainees that actually took the written test today, so they'll be starting to drive up. We have 2 mechanic positions that were open that we think we're going to fill both of them. And we also have a mechanic who's going to be potentially a driver. We have a new class coming out in September, and we have over 14 or 15 people interested in that one. So we're starting to feel that we're starting to catch up. But right now, where we're at is the amount of applications that we've received is ahead of pre-COVID levels. So believe it or not, and especially on the south of 50 side, we have 2 additional routes on the south of 50 side that we're doing. But also we have the shortfalls just because, we've collapsed so many routes and those kind of things. We, at this moment, have not put anybody on a wait list, but we're still catching up on all the applications. We got a run of applications right as the school year started. And so staff is working diligently to get those in. In fact, office staff is driving routes and then coming back and then doing the applications. So they're doing yeoman's work right now. I mean, they're really working hard. It's a great team out there, and they're all doing wonderful. So.
Yeah, and it sounds like there's some hope as we keep going here. I'm just wondering if we do get this extra, when we get the extra funding, it sounds like there might not be a lot we can do with it until we have the personnel that can.
Well, it really, truly, honestly, it's backfilling a shortfall that was already part of transportation. So really, it becomes part of the general fund. It will help offset the cost. And in fact, it's in the numbers, and you saw there after the $22 million potential negotiated settlement plus whatever, that ends up the numbers being, we're going to have a, 10 million or so deficit for this year, potentially-ish. I think there's some still savings, though, associated with open positions that aren't filled. So there'll be some savings there. So there is money that will be saved as well. But ultimately, the current negotiated settlement, even with the additional revenues, including these, we will probably have a situation where we will have a deficit. I don't want to use that word, but I think that is realistic based off of the amount of money that we're putting out in negotiations.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question. Can we return to the reserve slide, please?
Sure. This one?
Yes, that
Okay.
one. So based off of this, how much is the difference in the 13.6 million that's reserved for FCEA as compared to their request?
So I think I don't have their proposal in front of me. Hold on. Maybe I do. Give me a second. I've got papers. I carry these things around for questions like that. Their total request is, based off of our calculations and assumptions, is about $17.8 million. And our proposal is 13.6. So we're off by about $4 million from each other.
Okay, and I'm not sure if the math is too off the top of your head, but if we were to fulfill that using the money from the reserves, what percentage would that leave in reserves?
Well, you have to remember that we often what we call in the district a me too. So if we were to increase the settlement to FCEA, it would also probably correspondingly increase the settlement with the CSEA and the other bargaining groups. So I don't have all of the costs associated with that. I would assume 4 million on a is 2%, 4%. It's about, yeah, I would guess that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of, because they're about 60% if we do $7 million on top. So that would leave us about $27 million. So it'd put us below 10% reserve probably.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Approximately. Really rough back and then. This is good stuff. Let's do numbers all night. Let's do it. What other questions can I answer?
Any other, Mr. Reed, any questions? Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Public.
Is public allowed to ask questions?
Yes, we will get to public comment. I'm just, I do have a couple. Yeah, well, we'll get to that next. I think for my questions, I think on the, can you go to the ELOP slide, please?
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out, so this can you explain is this a state mandated program? And can you explain like what our requirements are?
Sure, it is a state mandated program. If we don't do it, they'll take the money back. So that's how that program will work. There'll be an audit process involved in it. In essence, we have to, the TK through 6th grade unduplicated pupils, and we're familiar with those. That's your socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, English language students. All of those students, we have to offer a 9-hour instructional day every school day, plus 30 days outside of the instructional school year, a 9-hour day. And within that, there are specifics within those 3-hour windows. It's similar to ACES in that there should be an educational component, a enrichment component, all of those pieces.
Okay. And what is the start date for this program?
Well, technically, it can start anytime. The funny thing is our after-school ACES program and student care qualify under ELOP. So think of ELOP as an umbrella over all of them.
Okay.
So student care qualifies so that now one of the things that we have is student care for unduplicated pupils will be free. So that way we qualify under ELOP by offering that to them.
So we have existing programs.
Exactly. And so that is really kind of one of the things that the team talked about was just more or less expanding the amount of folks that you can take on from our existing programs and trying to do that. Really the biggest hurdle on this is, again, staffing. That's definitely where we're at. And so we're trying to do things where trying to be flexible with the time after, it's a 3-hour window, but most of the kids are there for the first hour or 2 hours. So we're trying to work with maybe some of our 6-hour classified folks and say, do you want to pick up a couple hours after that to get up to that 8-hour window for them, and try to be able to get enough time to cover for all the needs. But there definitely right now is much more need for staff and than we currently have because there are waiting lists associated with this. So.
Okay. And then last question was, I appreciate the comments about our reserves and how important they are. And obviously, just to clarify, first of all, the request from FCEA is ongoing, right? Our reserves are...
Some of it is, some of it is not.
Okay.
So the one-time payment would not be, but all of the other salary augmentations would be, yeah.
With that being said, we obviously have to also think about the future. So what are you seeing in terms of, future, our budget next year? Do we expect things to continue going up, or are we seeing, other trends?
Sure. So at adopted budget, the multi-year looked very positive in the out years. If you remember, we had COLAs, significant COLAs, 4 or 5% COLAs in the out years. Additionally, we saw no rate increases with PERS and STIRS. And so just some of those factors I think we have to step back and take a look at. The first one I would say is when it comes to the COLAs and the out years, that is dependent upon, of course, the state being able to fiscally fund those things, right? And the concern you have there is you're seeing already the budgeted tax revenues that the governor had are not hitting already. And that's associated with, because our state is so heavily weighed on personal income tax and sales tax, right? And with the current economy, as everybody knows, those things are slowing down. Stock market has not had positive returns. In fact, they've had negative returns. Another issue, so those things impact the income and revenues that are going to come in the state. So that can impact the ability for the state to fully fund COLA. So that's one. Another one is attendance. We were projecting, as I said, growth in the next few years, an average of at least 500 new homes a year, which get us several hundred, 200 to 300 new students. We aren't anticipating that now based off of the conversations we just had with our developers, right? So we have to go back and look at our projections for that as well and decide on how conservative we want to be. Finally, I would say on the PERS and STIRS, the reason why I bring that up is, there's conversation about salaries haven't been able to keep up. Well, one of the big reasons that the district hasn't been able to keep up with some of the salary needs, just in general, or putting money on salary, is dollars have had to been allocated to PERS and STIRS. PERS is over 27%, I believe now. STIRS is up almost 19%. Just last year it was 16%, and it was at one time 8% when I not that long ago. And so because of those rate increases, that's a straight 1% increase, because STIRS hits all those teachers, PERS hits all the classified for the most part. And so when we have to give 2% to PERS or STIRS, that's 2% that could have been a raise or something else. And so that's eating up a bigger chunk. As I said, just for this year, that was several $1 million for PERS and STIRS. And PERS and STIRS in the multi-year was projected to be flat. But PERS actually had they had a 6% loss this year. And PERS, that's the primary funding source to pay for our pension system. STIRS is the same way. They had a negative, I think, 3 or 4%. If those returns don't happen, they have to still fully fund the PERS and STIRS. Otherwise, they have that unfunded liability. And so what's ending up happening is at some point, they're going to say, if the stock market doesn't return, we need that money because people are still retiring and it's a pension. They get that money every year, right? We all want our pension. And so the only way to fund that is to increase the contribution from employees and or employers. And so I think you would anticipate potentially a PERS or STIRS rate increase where they are, projecting, at least maybe not for the next year, but maybe 2 years out, a PERS or STIRS rate increase where we don't have one. And that's a big difference. A 2% PERS or STIRS increase is significant. That would be $4 million potentially. So those are all factors that are out there that from when we approved the adopted budget in June, which was really based off of May information, to now, there's already some significant things that we have to consider. And that's, again, why reserves are a valuable piece as well. So there's a balance to it, right? You don't want to have too much because then money's not getting out to the kids, into the programs, and the staff. But at the same time, you have to have enough so that you can make sure that you don't have to do draconian cuts and major impacts to programs and kids and staff and everything else. So there's a balance to it.
Absolutely.
So.
Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Clark.
Sean, just something dawned on me. So just for clarification, we may be in a deficit next year? I mean, I'm not big on the doom and gloom.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, what I would say is we have $22 million that we've offered on the table.
Right.
Right. That we can't pull back on that.
No, absolutely.
So, and we have, right now I'm recognizing $11 million in surplus. So that would be about $11 million deficit. But what I'm saying is there's money also in the fact that we know we have savings from positions that are being unfilled, right? There are normally things where we budget for line items that expenditures don't, money falls out. So there will be some additional revenues or savings from expenditures, but I don't think there's $11 million worth. So that because of that, that's why I'm saying I can see that based off of my crystal ball, we will have some level of deficit once we finalize that settlement that we have with our groups.
Okay. Maybe I need to address this, even though we're going to be talking about it. With the charters coming in next year, how bad will that hurt our ADA?
Well, so for 23, 24, that's an unknown, because that's why when we make the report, we say it could be anywhere. We don't know the number. We assumed anywhere from 100% of the students that go to the charter come from Rancho Cordova to 50%, right?
Okay.
So we gave ourselves a range there. But obviously, if those students don't come, then that's revenue that will not come in. Now, some of that will be offset by not needing staff or books and those kind of things. But as we know, we've seen before, when we're in declining enrollment, the cost of eliminating classroom doesn't equal the loss of the revenue. So the difference is what is impacting to the district. So there will definitely be a financial impact. The numbers, I think in the proposals that we brought or included in the analysis, the staff reports, we said it would be in the millions of dollars annually ongoing to the budget. And so we have to just then identify where that reduction in revenues go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one more question as well. How are our reserve numbers compared to neighboring districts?
You know what? I don't know neighboring districts. We could definitely take a look. I just had the state average up there and unified. And that's the other thing is there are 3 types of districts. There's unified school districts, elementary school districts, and high school districts. And each kind of are different because of the age population and how they fund. So we normally try to compare to other unified districts. So yeah, we could take a look at like San Juan and take a look at Elk Grove and see what their reserve levels are.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Hearing none, public comment. We'll go to Cindy Rosefield.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Cindy Rosefield, and I just had a couple of questions to clarify, but I had to take notes because, third grade math is not quite this busy. So let me get to my question. So I was curious about the comments you were making, Mr. Martin, about the money that was specific for the teacher to student ratio for TK. Was that a teacher to student ratio that they're hoping to fund with that money? Okay, so did I understand that your plan is to fill that with already existing personnel like IAs and the other kindergarten teacher?
Go ahead
Or
and ask
not?
all your questions.
Oh,
first,
I'm
and
so
then-
sorry.
That's okay.
So if that's so, and maybe my perception is wrong, but when I was sitting there, I was thinking, well, if you're getting money to spend on more teachers to improve the teacher to student ratio in TK, which is so critical, especially if you've done the letters training recently, why aren't we doing that? Instead, it seems like we're putting existing staff there, and then what you're doing is you're asking the current kindergarten teacher to now double her load of who she's thinking about, caring about, observing, assessing, communicating about. So it's really, instead of helping with the ratio, it's hurting the ratio, because a teacher like myself, if I'm going to be in a kindergarten classroom with my friend who teaches kindergarten, now I'm thinking about all of her kids and all of my kids, and if I notice something, I'm going to communicate with her. Whereas if I could spend that little bit of time that I'm supposed to be, communicating with parents or looking over my data, doing my planning, it puts an extra load on me, is what I'm saying. So it's kind of defeating the purpose and not really what it seemed like the budget was for that. And then just the last thing is about the COLA. I'm curious about how it's determined that our district doesn't have an equivalent COLA for our superintendent and our staff, because I know what's typical and what's the norm is for, in fact, I have a friend who works in budgets for the state, and when I said, well, we're getting this information from FCEA that says our superintendent got a much bigger COLA than we did, and she said, well, no, that can't be right, I'm sure that's wrong. And then she looked into it, and because it's public information, she saw that our school board changed the contract so that we didn't have to do that anymore, so that we could give the superintendent a higher COLA than the teachers get, up to a certain percentage. And then after that, they made another change that we no longer have to limit that percentage of what the superintendent's COLA is compared. So she got way more than we did, and that person, who is a state budget person, just said, that's shady, is what her words were. So I'm curious about decisions for why, if we keep talking about COLA and that's something we have to commit to, why would we take away that limit?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jen Tarbox.
Hi, thank you, Jen Tarbox. I had a question when the ELOP slide came up, that money for the 9 hours for the students, right? That was the ELOP program. When stuff like this is being budgeted and created, is there consideration for special education? So I get a lot of funds go to the unduplicated students and such, but also the extra burden on a lot of the homes when we're talking about special ed. So if there was 3 hours a day added that you had to care for certain students on certain campuses, is the school thinking ahead about the special parents that are like, oh my gosh, I need this? And are we saying, oh, well, they're special ed, we don't have a teacher that can watch them after school, you're screwed, you have to not participate? Is that a consideration the school's already been thinking about? Is that a thought when it comes to those extra after school programs? Or does special education not get an opportunity to participate in those aftercare programs just because we simply don't have the special education instructors or IAs that can be there on site? And if we don't offer it and there's going to be extra funds or money, we should. I don't know if that's a consideration, and if not, it needs to be.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone online? Okay. This is any final board comments? Nope, hearing none. Do we have a motion?
Move it.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Clark. Superintendent, please call the roll.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Rosva?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item B, approve certificated assignments under a variable term waiver for the 2022-23 school year.
Yes,
Superintendent.
The variable term waiver we bring to the board when there is a need to have a fully credentialed teacher who may not be available for the assignment. So we enter into this waiver agreement that CTC allows for us. And with this waiver, we have 3 teachers that have agreed to this waiver for 22-23. One is our coordinator of health and wellness. One is our CTE teacher of health services, and one is our coordinator of safe schools. So this waiver would allow us to be able to proceed for having them certified under Commission of Teacher Credentialing.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes.
That's normally a routine action that we normally see every month. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to move.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. Short. Do we have any board questions? Do we have any public comment? Superintendent, please call the roll.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Shrestha?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item C, approve certificated assignments under a provisional internship permit for the 2022-23 school year. Superintendent.
Yes, and this is also routine when we have teachers who meet the minimum requirements and gives them additional time to complete their credentialed program and enter into an internship program. We actually have 4 special education teachers for which this provisional internship permit would provide for.
Thank you. Any board questions?
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. Short. Any public comment? Yes. You can come. Yeah, I need you to come up and state your name. Sorry, Jeanette.
So thank you very much for allowing them to go ahead and do this, but I have a real quick question. What kind of support is being offered to these intern
Can you state your name,
Oh,
too?
I'm
Sorry.
Jeanette Sansenbach.
Thank you.
FCEA. Yeah. What kind of support is being offered to these 4 individuals? Because since they are interns, they are not even fully through their student teaching and or their placement or anything. I just want to make sure, just like Mr. Clark went and said with our coach, is that we're also making sure that these teachers actually do well, not only by themselves, but also by students. So Betty Jo, I don't know whether you can attest to that, but thank you.
Thank you. And with these questions too, we can definitely follow up with the superintendent, but yeah, I appreciate the question. Any other public comment? Hearing none, Superintendent, you're good, Tyler? Okay. All right. Please call the roll.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Shrestha?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion. First one is item A, overview of Measure M projects and financing. Superintendent.
Yes, this item is actually being continued from the last meeting. We did not get to complete the full presentation, and we have our advisor here from KNN Financial to talk a little bit about Measure M. Also, since our last meeting, we had a chance to meet with our developers, as Mr. Martin said, in our Building Industry Association group, and we're able to talk through some of the questions and concerns that came up. But this is an opportunity to finish the presentation and to respond to any board questions on the topic of Measure M and the financing. So welcome.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm going to introduce Danielle
Yes,
here
please.
first. So I thank you guys, everybody. First, we started this in June, if you remember. I'm sure you totally remember. But I want to recognize Jerry Wickham's here on behalf of Mr. Washburn, who is out. And so she can answer any kind of questions regarding district facility activities. But Danielle, along with Joanna Bose from KNN, they helped us create this document. And specifically a calculator that will allow us to hopefully better plan future bond issuances, timing of needs of funding, potential tax rates, all of those pieces. So Danielle, do you want to walk it through, or do you want me to?
Absolutely,
Okay.
happy to. Good evening, members of the board. I just really appreciate the opportunity to come before you again and present these materials. As Dr. Collegian and Mr. Martin had mentioned, we had started this presentation and due to the timing, unfortunately, could not get through it all. So we really do appreciate you taking the time to allow us to more fully present all of the information, because it is thank you. It is helpful to, of course, receive your feedback, as Measure M has quite a bit geo authorization that is outstanding. And of course, we appreciate the feedback from not only the board, but also district staff on how the program should look moving forward. We also wanted to take a moment to thank Dr. Collegian, Mr. Martin, Mr. Washburn, and Ms. Wickham for all of their assistance in putting together these materials. Their feedback has been very invaluable, and we have enjoyed the collaborative relationship that we've had to create these for you. So without further ado, As the board knows, the Unified School District is separated into 5 distinct school facility improvement districts, or SFID. So you'll hear me use that acronym because School Facility Improvement District is a mouthful. Anywho, SFID 3 is primarily located in the unincorporated and undeveloped area of not just Rancho Cordova, but also Folsom. It incorporates portions of the city of Folsom, as well as adjacent unincorporated areas in Sacramento. SFID 3 is a very large portion of the district's service area. It accounts for 55% of the total service area, or 53 square miles. It also overlaps other SFIDs. To the west, you have SFID 1, and then to the south, you have SFID 2. For fiscal 21-22, and I realize we are in a new fiscal year, so I apologize that this information is a bit dated, but it is the most recent information that we have. SFID 3's assessed value was $2.8 billion. I want to take a moment to just drill down a little bit more on the AV. So, as I stated before, 55% of the district's service area is within SFID 3. However, only 12% of the district's total assessed value is actually coming from SFID 3. And further, only 10 to 15% of the AV is actually being generated from single-family homes. When you look at the top 10 taxpayers, the majority of those taxpayers are actual residential land developers. So what is all this data telling us? Well, there is a very large portion of this tax base that is undeveloped and ripe for continued residential and commercial development. As development or as homes continue to come online, we forecast that additional AV will be generated from SFID 3, and you'll see the majority or a larger portion of the district's total AV coming from SFID 3 rather than the neighboring SFIDs. Any questions before I move on to the next slide? Okay. And by the way, I do want to mention, if the board has any questions throughout the presentation, please feel free to interrupt. I feel like individuals get more out of the presentation, the more that it's interactive. So moving on to our next slide, slide 2. In March of 2007, the district was successful in passing a Proposition 46 GO bond election. There is a distinction. A Proposition 46 GO bond election requires 2/3 supermajority of its constituents for passage. The Measure M, which passed in March of 2007, authorized $750 million of GO bonds. Since then, the district has issued a total of 4 new money series of GO bonds, and remaining is $545 million. So quite a bit still for the district to continue its capital plans. Our next bullet, we went ahead and pulled directly from the 2007 ballot measure language. So at that time, the district had planned to construct 23 new schools in order to support a growing student population of a little bit over 18,000. Okay. Obviously, there are 3 funding sources that the district will be calling upon in order to actually construct those various facilities. We'll get into those more later into the presentation, but those 3 items are developer fees, state grant funds, and then finally, Measure MGO bonds. Okay. The lower portion of the slide provides just a brief summary of the 4 bond issuances that the district has issued. You can see that Series B was basically spread across 2 series, so you have B and B1. And then when the market has allowed and the district has had the opportunity to engage in a refinance to realize various savings through lowering debt service, they have engaged in that. And that happened in 2017. The district went ahead and refunded various outstanding debt that was much higher than the current market rates at that point in time and realized taxpayer savings. Gross refunding savings was about $453,000. It was a rather small refunding, but I guess to the point of being a steward, a good steward of the district and especially of the bond program, the district actively looks for these refunding opportunities in order to pass on taxpayer savings. On our next slide, we have the various expenditures that the district is planning for the future. So this is as of May 31st, 2022. These expenditures or these capital programs are pretty much what necessitated the district's need for a more robust and holistic look at their capital program, as well as the various funding sources that will be available to support these various construction projects. So as Mr. Martin had pointed out, as homes continue to come online or if they slow down, obviously the timing of these projects will have to shift. So this is just an estimate as of May 31st, 2022, and I'm sure the district staff can fill in with any questions that the board might have about any of one of these particular projects. So as I mentioned, the district has 5 separate SFIDs, and each of those SFIDs has its own individual bond program. The district engages in quite a few duties and tasks in order to manage and to be a good steward of the taxpayers' authorizations that they have approved. We've just listed a couple of them here for you tonight. I want to just highlight a few of them. The first one is the top one, the annual review of the county's debt service and tax rates for all SFIDs. This right now is particularly a very important duty that the district staff will start to review. As you know, debt service will be the item that determines the tax rate going into the 22-23 assessment. So the county will reach out to district staff as well as KNN as the district's municipal advisor in order to verify that the debt service is correct. Once that's correct, the tax rate will be finalized and then will be published as the rate for 22-23. In addition, as I pointed out earlier, the district actively monitors its outstanding bond program for the ability to refund higher debt to realize taxpayer savings. And then finally, earlier I had mentioned that Measure M is a Prop 46 election, so requiring 2/3 supermajority vote. In 2000, the California constituents went ahead and approved Proposition 39. Proposition 39 allowed for constituents to pass a GO bond authorization with a mere 55% voter approval. But there were some caveats that were involved. So there were additional transparency measures that needed to take place. One of those being a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And what this committee's job is to review how bond proceeds are being spent by the district and to confirm that these are in line with what was promised to the voters at the time of the bond measure. Again, Measure M is a Prop 46 election and does not have this requirement of a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. However, in the effort to be transparent, to offer its constituents additional information regarding the Measure M program, they have established a similar sort of oversight committee. Again, this was voluntary and not required. So now we move into next steps for the district. As I mentioned, $545 million in remaining authorization for Measure M. And in our discussions with the district, we've learned that they are in the process of rolling out various capital projects. And we've looked at some of those on the prior slide. These capital projects obviously need to be funded. And we were looking at various funding options and realized, there should be a singular model or singular source of data to not only be able to forecast long-term capital expenditures, but also to track funding sources that are available for those expenditures, which would in the end help the district realize, okay, maybe we're at a point where we need to consider additional GO bond debt in order to finance these projects. So again, this model is really a source to not just project future expenditures, but also can help to measure when it would be appropriate to issue additional debt, and then also to look at what that additional debt will do to the taxpayer. So we have various options to play around with stress testing tax rates, looking at different AV assumptions and whatnot. And this model is, again, a holistic planning tool for the district going forward, as there is quite a bit Measure M dollars that are left to be spent. So the model is split into three distinct areas. First area is the funding sources. Second area would be the project expenditures, which we saw in our prior slide. And then third is the debt service and tax rates section. Looking more closely into section 1, the funding sources, there are three distinct areas that the district will be able to call upon in order to fund future capital expenditures. The first are developer fees, the second state grant funds, and then the third being Measure M bond proceeds. The district staff was instrumental in working with the developers to use them as a resource in order to further refine this assumption. So what district staff did was receive three separate projections from the developers to figure out how many homes will be coming online and at what time period. So the first projection was a more aggressive, the second a moderate, and then the third being the most conservative of the three. This model assumes the more conservative estimate of new homes being built and coming online in the SFID district. SFID 3 service area. Then what we did is we took the current developer fee and increased that annually by 3%. Our second funding source is the state grant funds. As we all know, in November of this year, there will not be a California statewide GO to help reimburse school districts and community colleges for their various facilities. The governor's budget takes care of those reimbursements elsewhere. What we've gone ahead and done is conservatively taken a look at how historically the district has received reimbursements and then use that as a guide. So what we've done is assumed that once a project that is eligible for reimbursement is completed, 2 years thereafter, that is when the district will be in receipt of those grant funds. Finally, as I mentioned, bond proceeds is our last funding source. Okay, so what we're able to do is, in looking at these funding sources in aggregate, we're able to take a look and set parameters. So if the district, for instance, is comfortable with their funding sources being at X balance, then we can say, okay, we should consider a GO bond in FY, 25, 26, for instance, in order to make sure that we maintain that funding level to give the district the funds necessary to continue their projects on time. Because I don't think I have to tell you, delays cost money, and when you don't have the funds, it just costs additional dollars and negotiations with contractors and whatnot, okay? Section 2, we already saw this project list on our previous slide. What I will touch on is these estimated construction starts and end dates. Again, our estimates, they will obviously fluctuate as the student population comes into the district. So we obviously don't want to have facilities that are available, but yet not the student population to support those facilities. Section 3 is the debt service and tax rate section. So a lot of variables go into the sizing of a future bond issuance, and more so in the individual series that make up that overall bond program. We again took the conservative estimates that the developers provided us and used those as an estimate for new homes coming online. We then went ahead and assigned a home sale price of $700,000. And as Dr. Collegian and Mr. Martin mentioned, we did have a meeting with a few of the board members as well as the developers, and they did confirm that this $700 price range is on track given what they've seen real estate-wise in both Rancho Cordova and Folsom. We've then gone ahead and conservatively projected a 2% annual increase in new home sale price. I've taken a look at the real estate market in both Folsom and Rancho Cordova and seen that over the last year, there's been about a 15 to 20% increase in real estate. And so 2% seems like a very conservative number. Also, we've gone ahead and assumed that existing home AV will increase by the max 2% annually. Okay, so all this to say, all of these assumptions we feel are very conservative, will help the district stay on course in terms of being efficient in sculpting debt service that matches the assessed values that are being projected further out. We also had to make an assumption regarding the district's bonding capacity. We've just assumed that the debt multiplier will remain the same as it is currently. I do want to point out that the district's waiver is set to expire within the next within 3 years. This is a routine procedure that school districts who have tax bases that are involved in great amounts of redevelopment, not only residential but commercial, have to go through. And so we, of course, will be there to help guide the district as well as other financial partners such as the district's bond council. And we anticipate the district having a very successful process and having this waiver renewed. So the last GO bond that the district issued under Measure M occurred in July of 2019. And as I touched on before, assessed valuation assumptions are key in terms of sculpting debt service. Again, the developers were engaged and asked to provide projections for where they thought new homes coming onto the market would be in 2019 and beyond. Obviously, this projection was in a point in time, and of course there was no known COVID supply chain disruptions and whatnot. However, what we do wanted to point out is the table to the right summarizes those various projections and looks at what the actual realized assessed valuation was in 19 through 2022, and then looks at the more recent projections that we received from the developers in April. So you can see that there was quite a bit of difference between projected homes coming online versus actual homes that came online. So this directly impacts the district's assessed value, which then trickles down to the tax rate. When there is a bump in the negative in terms of assessed value growth, or not enough growth has been realized in conjunction to what was projected, what will happen is the tax rate will increase. And so that is part of the story that we're seeing in SFID 3. What I will point out as well, the lower chart at the bottom graphs out what Measure M debt service looked like prior to 2019, and that's in the blue bars. And then the burgundy bars are the 2019 Series D debt service. Now, as you can see in 19, 20, and 21, there's very little debt service that's being realized in those bars. And then all of a sudden in 2022, it spikes up. What I can tell you is that due to investor appetite, the 2019 bonds received a lot of premium, which was used to offset debt service that would have been paid in 2019, 20, and a portion in 2021. 2022 is the first year in which the taxpayer is realizing the full impact of the 2019 GO bonds. So we have a number of different items here that are contributing to the elevated tax rate in SFID 3. We have housing projections not meeting actual, resulting in AV being less than what was projected, as well as we have the premium that was generated from the bonds helping to offset debt service. And now in 2022, because we didn't have enough AV, we have a tax rate that has bumped up. Current AV for the Measure M is in 21-22, is $388.10. Once the auditor controller provides us with the assessed value for 22-23, we'll be able to go ahead and recalculate not just SFID 3 Measure M's tax rate, but all the other tax rates as well. And we could share that with district staff so they can go ahead and bring it to your attention.
What direction do you expect that to go?
You're expecting me to pull out my crystal ball here. What I can say is we have received estimates from other counties, unfortunately none that are neighboring to Sacramento, but what we have seen is a pretty dramatic increase from 21-22 to 22-23. So I believe 21-22, there was, I think, 13 to 15% year-over-year increase that SFID 3 experienced. So I would wager that it'll probably be on par, if not more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
So, go ahead.
This graph is, I think, Mr. Martin's favorite amongst all of the materials that we have provided the district to date. But what we wanted to provide is we have this capital model. We wanted to show an output for you guys. It's a pretty complex model that covers 5 or 6 spreadsheets. And rather than bore you with trying to reduce the size of the spreadsheet and put it on one slide, we figured graphically would be the best way to go ahead and represent the output. So what we've done is we have issued a total of $510 million over the course of from fiscal 23-24 to fiscal 31-32. The blue bars represent outstanding debt service. Okay, so we're assuming that the district does no refundings. The debt service is as it stands. Then beginning in 23-24, the green bars begin to layer on, and these bars represent debt service that was necessary in order to finance various capital projects that the district anticipates completing. We then have various lines that are coming off from the left-hand side of the presentation. So each line corresponds to a specific tax rate per 100,000 of assessed value. The blue dotted line is 400, the orange 300, the green 200, and then finally purple is 100. This particular financing scenario is very specific. We have used assessed values in order and various assumptions with the debt service to sculpt it so that it remains underneath that orange dotted line, which represents 300,000 per 100,000 of assessed value. I'm sorry, did I say 300?
Yeah,
excuse me, 300, yes. Thank you, Sean. What I do want to point out is if we go ahead and try to just look at the blue bars, you can see in 24, there's going to be a bit of a dip below the $300 marker. And then that dip is going to kind of continue on going forward. The idea is given the capital program that is planned, we'd like to go ahead and try to smooth out that tax rate as much as possible. And so, again, hypothetical situation, if we wanted to go ahead and maintain a smooth $300 per 100,000 in the future, right at that 23 or 24-25 marker is where we would want to go ahead and issue a GO bond in order to smooth out the tax rate. So, do we have a question?
Nope.
No? Okay. So again, this is a hypothetical and with the intent of keeping a smooth tax rate. As we move on to our next slide discussing plans for the future, I'm just going to skip down to.
Real quick, before Daniel, can you go back to that?
Absolutely.
I want to make sure everybody understands that there is, as we talked about, as Danielle was building up, there is a lot of assumptions built into this rate, like multi-year on steroids times 10, right? Because we're talking about so many different factors and we're talking so far out. You're talking about 2060. The idea here is that we believe that at a minimum, we can hopefully build, if we can hit our estimations for assessed value and build out, we believe we can keep the rate at 300 or less. That's kind of what we're trying to do here is target that as kind of our ceiling ultimately. We'd love to get it much lower, right? If assessed value rates come in higher, that's great. If we can get more money from the state, that's great. Ultimately, all the bond proceeds need to be spent down for the construction, and we'll probably need more for all of the schools once everything is said and done. But what we're trying to do is, again, sculpt it so that we can at least have a threshold that we can come out and say, we're comfortable in saying, we're going to try to be under this rate, if not lower, if possible, right? And we're going to try to do the best we can with the taxpayer in that situation as much as possible. And we're also trying to work with our developers. This is a concern for them as well, because that limits their capacity for some of the infrastructure things and pieces that they need. And so we want to be aware of that and be good partners with them, because without roads, we can't build schools and houses, right? But without schools, they're not going to have people that want to live in those houses, right? So it's a symbiotic relationship. We want to work with everybody involved in it. So, okay.
Just a quick question there on that. So what is the tax rate or the average tax rate in the bond measure that was, kind of promised to voters? Or
the written amount, I think it was over the life, it was supposed to average $70.
$70 per 100,000.
Per 100,000, right?
Okay. Thank you.
So as we look to how planning will look in the future for the district, obviously the model will be a key component of that. It not only helps with more accurate forecasting for capital planning, in terms of prioritizing expenditures based off of the funding sources that are available, but it also will help in terms of tax rate management. As Mr. Martin pointed out, what we can do is, if we have a ceiling, we can work with that in order to figure out how much assessed valuation has to grow or potentially decrease in order for us to hit that ceiling. And what we want to do is just provide the district with additional data points. The more information that you have accessible to you, the better decision makers that you become, okay? As I mentioned before, when we were looking at the blue bars versus the green bars and trying to level out that tax rate, a more consistent near-term tax rate would occur with a issuance in the 23-24 timeline. But if we're looking at kind of thresholds that the district has put in place in terms of funding levels, we're probably looking at a next GO bond issuance post 23-24. I believe it was like 24-25, just in order to help further support the capital projects that are planned by the district. So with that, I've wrapped up my presentation. Sean, do you have anything else that you wanted to cover? Okay.
Thank you, Danielle. Questions?
Thank you.
Yeah,
glad that we could do this a little earlier in the evening this time. So I appreciate you coming back. Any board questions?
Yeah, Mr. Vice President.
All right, Mr. Clerk.
Let me make sure I have this right. The state building program, the grant funding after completion, and I think I asked this when we had met a couple of weeks ago. So 2 years, is that the normal time? Have we seen monies back to us before then?
Jerry can speak to that.
I was going to, I'll have to defer.
But what we would say is, no, we've actually been on a waiting list for quite a while. So you have to realize that the way the state pays for that is through a state bond.
Right.
The last bond didn't pass. A lot of projects have been sitting on pending. This budget, actually, the budget includes allocating one-time dollars towards covering the backlog of projects. So we're actually going to get money back from Mangini, I think, and what other project? We had a couple projects. Yeah, just for Measure In is Mangini, but we have other projects on other bonds that will be impacted by that.
You can't say that it may take longer to.
It could take way more longer than 2 years. we had an actual, one of the members of the builders group, BIA group that we were with, sits on with CASH, which is a school organization for facilities. And he shared that they're hoping that hopefully that because they've kind of broken the bubble of allocating some of the state funds to help with that, there may be some ongoing dollars beyond just a bond issuance to support facility needs. So that, I mean, that would help obviously with us better timing. Also, you have to realize there's a formula associated with how we get the funding from the state. It's not a dollar for dollar match by any means.
Right.
It's 40, 60, if that, that type of thing. So, so it's not as though all the dollars come, and normally they're always in arrears because they're reimbursement. So they are used then for the next project. So.
Okay.
And was that it, Mr. Clark?
Yeah, I was just
Any other board? Mr. Short?
I mean, the assumptions and hypotheticals and variables, but did we talk about, because we're going possibly, well, we are in a recession, and some of these AV values will start coming back down. And we're already seeing that now. Maybe this might change this whole model in, say, 2 or 3 years, because 700,000 is pretty high for, cookie cutter house. They used to be about 300,000-400,000. So it could go back down quite a bit based on the economy here in the next few years. So
I appreciate that comment, Board Member Short. As we pointed out, we had a meeting with the developers, and at that meeting, they had expressed some concerns about just being able to go ahead and provide windows and doors in their homes because of supply chain issues. And then also, Sean had touched on this too, a slowdown in the number of housing permits that are being issued. So this data is as of April. We would, of course, be continuing to work collaboratively with the developers to get additional resources to further refine this model, because you're right, there should be some sort of adjustments being made given potential recessions or no increase in AV, something to that effect, so that we could see what the stress would be on the tax rate.
yeah, the supply chain, cost of construction material is all coming down. But it's going to take a couple of years for all this to see those savings. So it's just super inflated right now.
Right.
Making lumber for 1,000 board feet is just outrageous. You can't get nails, can't do anything. So it's just super inflating the costs. It's going to dive back down in a couple of years.
Right, and that impacts our assumptions on the building costs for our projects, right? And especially on the escalation, because when you see some of these project costs and you see the dollars, you have to realize those aren't in current year dollars, right? And they inflate on each other. Additionally, on the assessed value increase assumptions, we had a 2%, which is, I would say, relatively conservative if you look at historical average. That includes the dips and the ups and the down. So there may be a short period of time where we need to assume 0, 0, 0 for a few years and then average the 2 or the 3, knowing that historically it averages somewhere closer to 5 to 7%, depending on the area or region, right? So.
Mr. Reed, any questions?
Not right now. Thank you.
Okay. So this is just a discussion item. I think you've heard all my questions before, so I'll just make a couple comments before I kick it to the public. But I mean, I remain concerned if we go back to this beautiful graph or model that you guys put together on page 11. I mean, I remain concerned that our goal is $300 per 100,000 when the ballot measure stated $70 per 100,000. I think that's really unfair to the taxpayers. And to be honest, we're not really keeping our commitment with that dollar amount. That if you take the average house, the average price of a house that we're using here in these projections of 700,000, that's a difference between $2,100 per year versus at $70 a year, under $500 a year. So, I mean, that's, obviously if you can afford a $700,000 house, maybe you can afford $2,000 in taxes just on bonds, not even including your other property taxes. But I think the bigger problem is, that's like 4 times more than we promised. And so, I would love to see us get, have a goal beyond 300, lower than $300. I mean, I think we need to be closer to that $100 mark. We need to be closer to that rate that we promised, because I assume, as you mentioned, Sean, that we're going to run out of money at some point, and we're going to need to go back to the taxpayers, and we're going to need to ask them to support another bond. Maybe this 55% thing will make it easier, but the reality is that we need to, taxpayers and voters need to trust that, we're going to stick to what we say in the bond measure. So I worry about that. I worry about our credibility in the long term if we can't figure out a way to reduce this tax rate, and hopefully that'll go down as we get more build out. I understand that's a huge part of the issue, but I just think we need to be very careful about how we build in the next few years. And especially with this news on, build schools, I should say, especially with this news on, kind of slowing housing market. I would love to see us make adjustments if necessary to maybe push back our school timelines. I know that Mangini seems to be already filling up very quickly. So, that's probably not, we'll probably need another elementary. We obviously know Vista is always very full, and Folsom is not getting any smaller. So I understand that there are ongoing needs for new facilities, but we need to be careful not to build too quickly and put all of that, those bond taxes onto the taxpayers. I also, just going to slide 8, I mean, and I know, first of all, I think I really appreciated that meeting we had recently. I would love to, I know we have another one scheduled. I really look forward to continuing these conversations. I think it was super productive. And at our next meeting, and I'd also love to, hear an update at the school board meeting as well. But, I want to learn more about the cost of these high schools and elementary schools. I mean, this is a lot of money. Folsom Ranch High Phase 1, $340 million. Roseville just built their high school for $200 million, and it's beautiful. We know that there's cost escalation. We know that, as Mr. Short pointed out, lumber is up and all these materials are up. So we know it's going to be higher than $200 million. But there seems to be a huge discrepancy here that isn't just made up of cost escalation. And if the issue is that we're building schools that are a little nicer than we need, maybe we need to have that conversation. Maybe we use, as Mr. Reed pointed out recently, less glass in our schools and more drywall. Can we find some ways to reduce costs in some of these construction projects so we can make that money go further? And so I look forward to continuing that conversation in our next meeting. We build beautiful facilities. I know that our community loves our facilities, and I want to continue to meet those standards. But I think it would be good for taxpayers if we could find a way to maybe build them a little more affordably. So those are my comments. I know this is a discussion item. If there's nothing else, I think we'll move on. Is everyone good? Okay, let's move to item B, update on memorandum of understanding between Folsom Cordova Unified School District and Design Tech High School, Rancho Cordova.
Yes, and this is a continuation from the board's action of approving the charter petition for Design Tech High School to open in the 23-24 school year, contingent on conditions that the board placed upon that approval. And there were several conditions that were stated by President Reed that we have been in negotiations with the petitioner, Dr. Montgomery, in putting together what we're calling a memorandum of understanding to address each of those considerations or conditions. And that's what we have before us tonight. And I'm going to ask Ms. Wessinger if she would like to highlight any of those or see if the board has any questions on any of those specific languages of the conditions.
Any, excuse me, any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Betty Jo.
That's okay. I didn't have, had a little trouble getting my microphone on. Yes, we switched seats tonight. We did that to confuse you. So we had a board meeting in June. we were asked to put together an MOU. In terms of time off during June, it was several weeks before we got the MOU to Dr. Montgomery. And so we really began the conversation about 2 weeks ago. And so we sent the MOU, and we also met in a Zoom, we tried a Zoom meeting, and we met by telephone about a week and a half ago. And so we have a few conditions that we're still ironing out, and there's been some communication between the district's attorney and Design Tech High School attorney. Our goal is that we would have those conversations complete, and we would have a finished MOU to bring back to the board at our next board meeting on August 25th for approval. And I believe that that is the goal of Design Tech High School as well. And they also have a board meeting in between now and our next board meeting on August 17th. So they would be looking, I believe Design Tech High School's timeline is still to have agreement with the MOU so that they can have it approved on August 17th prior to our board meeting on August 25th.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, do share what conditions need to be ironed out. I'm just curious.
Mr. Clark, yeah.
There are a few conditions. The last time we had the conversation, I know that my understanding is from Design Tech at that time is they weren't finished reviewing all of the items in the MOU. I would say from our perspective, probably the biggest one that's out there for us that is the credentialing issue.
Are we gonna?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I mean,
Are we gonna do public comment after questions, and then how did? I didn't know if Design Tech had a.
Well, I think Dr. Montgomery's here to answer any questions too, because this is still in a draft format, and that would help him inform his board too.
So if we could have him approach the podium.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I'm Dr. Ken Montgomery, Executive Director of Design Tech High School. And so our legal counsel, I just got word from our legal counsel that they did meet yesterday, and the conditions that the district's position is, we'll agree to those. So it's pretty much all ironed out. That the credentialing was the biggest one, and we will agree with your interpretation of it. So.
In the current MOU, is that?
Yeah. So there was a difference in interpretation of what the California Ed Code was saying regarding teacher credentialing, like who it actually applied to, and so the difference was whether or not it applied to working at a specific charter school or working at any charter school. Okay. And the district's interpretation was the only people who were grandfathered in were people working at a specific charter school, meaning that the impact is that we will hire, from the very start, we'll hire credentialed teachers and not worry about the grandfathering in. And so we'll agree to that. That was.
Great, thank you. Mr. Clark, the floor is still yours if you had other questions, sorry.
I defer right now. I'm just
Mr. Short.
Well, that kind of answers some of my questions in the MOU. I have some more questions about the MOU. There is a section called if certain enumerated conditions are met. I just, MOU say ifs, or I would hope maybe would not have ifs there later. The enumerated list would be probably prescriptive instead of when it comes back to the board. Is that going to happen? If is not a really good MOU. I don't like the word if. Enumerated means a possible list.
Mr. Short, is there a specific section you're addressing?
I read it earlier. It's under the conditions where the conditions have to be met because it was conditionally approved, but it used the word if in there quite a bit. We should remove if. We should have it prescriptive conditions in the MOU. It's in there. So, and then also it says conditions of approval of FAFB, FC, and it doesn't give any dates if they don't meet it, a denial date or anything. There's a timeline. It doesn't. It's just kind of open-ended. That's what kind of the questions I have. And then also the locations, the location and boundary. The question I have, it doesn't really talk about possibly. It says it'll give the location, but some of the locations doesn't give where it'll be located existing. Does it have to be, can it be amended later location, move around? And does it have to be within the district boundaries? Can it be outside like Sac City? Can they move into other boundaries? Because like a countywide charter can go anywhere. Does the district sponsor? Can it go outside? Can it go anywhere else outside our district? Those are kind of questions I have. The facilities, again, in the MOU, it doesn't talk about using school facilities. I'd like to see in the MOU that they could not use school facilities at all. It doesn't talk about that. So I'll ask a question about that. And then, of course, on the financial reporting, the enrollment, you have an annual enrollment called percentage reporting on there versus monthly reporting. I would like to see, I think the board would like to see, not only it talks about enrollment and dressing of all where things are coming outside or inside the district, but the monthly would have to be more of a GIS report of exactly where those are. It'd be kind of nice to have that because I think it would be nice to see where all the students are coming from that are feeding into it. It's just a something that today's software we have that type of ability, and also the credentialing has already been answered, and then also the boards having a representative on the board authority there. Do we really have any authority? Are you saying you're gonna change the bylaws of the board, and we're gonna have our representative there, and we have actually authority and say in what goes on in those board meetings? That's another question. So that's about 5 or 6 questions.
Okay.
Could you send me that list, Mr. Short? I had received a couple of those, but not the whole list. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you could probably answer some of them right now too.
Yeah, and the charter does have to locate within our district, the way that the petition is written. Yes, and per ed code. Yeah.
Without our approval.
Location, I'll defer to.
Yeah, that's correct, that we'll have to locate within the district, and it's already in our bylaws to have a district representative on our board. Our current authorizer has chosen not to do that because they've been worried about conflict of interest and potential liability for the district, but it is already in our bylaws for the authorizer.
So it will be there, okay.
Yeah,
but
the
but
option.
for our MOU, shouldn't it be in our MOU?
No, it's in our bylaws already permit somebody from the district to be on our board. So the MOU.
The bylaws,
but it's not
in our MOU.
The MOU.
Well, the MOU says we'll change our bylaws to allow that to happen.
Okay, that's what I'm, okay, so maybe we need some verbiage in there to try to address that, that's all I'm saying.
Well, in clarification, legal guidance that we have from our attorney is that even though it's in the bylaws, that probably the bylaws would need to be amended to include Folsom Cordova as the authorizer.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
And so that would meet that requirement in regard to who would actually serve. What the MOU would do would allow us to have the option of having a member on their board, that we wouldn't necessarily have to exercise that option. And my understanding from the guidance that we received from our council is that it would be better for, there may be some conflicts of having a district employee serve on the Design Tech High School board, and that perhaps a Rancho Cordova community member.
I was going to ask, what about a community member?
Appropriate person to serve on the Design Tech High School.
Well, maybe we need to have that
representing Folsom
prescriptively
Cordova.
written in there, not as an option, but as a mandate. Okay.
So Betty Jo, let's say that we did get a community member. Who appoints that member? Is it the
It'd be
board, or
right?
is it?
The district would appoint that member.
Okay.
Yeah.
Superintendent?
I know we choose who's on our board. You could appoint who it is, but then our board would have to approve that person. That's how the bylaws are.
Well, we have to amend the bylaws to take that away from you. You have to represent the community at whole, right? So, can't handpick members.
The bylaws don't work that way.
So
that's part of what my question is, that's part of the negotiation part.
well, I mean,
It would be illegal.
I'm not sure
Why would it be illegal? Bylaws, not a law.
Why don't you come to the podium, Dr. McCollum?
Bylaws, just
The nonprofit bylaws, I mean, they have to be set up so all board members are chosen the same way. So we wouldn't be able to have something that one board member, if we were going to say a board member is chosen by the Rancho Cordova community, then we'd have to say all board members are chosen that way. We can't pick and say, this is how one board member is chosen, this is how another board member is chosen.
No, we're talking about this board choosing.
Yes, but I'm saying the final say would have to be our board.
Is that in the state law?
That's how nonprofit boards work, yes.
It is.
Because we're not We're not the elected.
Then we can't have any representative then.
Yes, you
Basically,
can. You can.
But you guys choose.
They have to choose. We appoint, they choose. So it could go on and on and on.
I think he's saying they approve.
Yeah, we approve.
Not choose.
So we'll give you a candidate.
We
and
give you a
just approve
candidate.
it.
It's up to you to approve it, correct?
Right.
You can reject.
You can reject it, then it's back to us.
Then we have to go back all over again.
Right.
Okay.
It wouldn't, I mean, I would hope we're not entering into that, or it's going to be that kind of
Well, that's
relationship.
what I'm hoping, yeah.
I mean, if you
Stack the
select
board or
somebody,
something like that.
and there is also the logistics of where the board meets. Of if there's somebody from the Rancho Cordova community, then there's a lot of logistics to work out on that actually happening.
So it sounds like we got to iron that out with our attorneys. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
All right. Mr. Short, any other questions?
Nope. I'll get that list.
Mr. Hui? Mr. Reed?
I just want to clarify, there might have been some confusion as to my motion, but I went back and actually looked at the motion, and I didn't indicate that the person had to be with the FCUSD school district, just that they're from the community. But it sounds like the conversation is leading us in that direction anyway. But I would agree with legal counsel as well as the current school district where Design Tech is located, that it is a conflict of interest or at least a potential conflict of interest having an employee on the Design Tech board. But based on where the conversation is going right now, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Reed?
No, I'm good.
So I think we'll give the board an opportunity to provide some direction on this, but I think first let's go to public comment, if we can. Any public comment? Anything? Yes, Tyler. Welcome.
Thank you. Tyler Johnstone. So just in light of what was just said, is the intention of the board to remain in Redwood City and just have this be a satellite over there that occasionally is included on a Zoom call, like with the board member? Like you mentioned the logistics of meeting. I'm assuming the meetings are still going to be in Redwood City, and so we'd want to make sure, the intention of the board was that this is a Rancho Cordova school with meetings that are accessible to the Rancho Cordova community, not in Redwood City. So we'd want to make sure that this is a school for our community, not an appendage of a school in the Bay Area.
Appreciate that comment. Thank you. We have one online. Okay, let's go to
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Yeah, I just find this disheartening that this was passed by a 3-2 margin. The Rancho Cordova board members were against this, and it looks like you're having to spend a whole lot of money consulting legal every step of the way when that money is being taken away from our students in Rancho Cordova. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Let's bring it back to the board to provide some guidance on this. Does anybody have any comments? Okay, Mr. Short.
And I think it'd be appropriate if we can't meet with negotiations, like the speaker just said earlier, we're spending a lot of money on attorneys on a conditional approval that's never been done. There's no case law on it or anything, but we're out here doing this now, spending a lot of money. If we don't meet, then it would be appropriate to repetition, and I would say start over, refix the deficiencies and come back to us. I think that's more appropriate than trying to, if we can't meet this, because it says if in here. We got to get all the if outs. And so hopefully that'll come back that way.
Mr. Clark?
Yeah, what is the possibility of petitioning this thing and taking the ifs out? Is it a possibility, or can we do that? I know the decision's been made, but we are spending a good amount of money on attorneys going through this, and I'm not quite sure, quite honestly, if we're going to get, use that word if we're going to get these things ironed out. You say that it may happen, but I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just having flashbacks of, and I'm being facetious, you know, walking around a middle school close to the projected spot. But I'm just wondering if that's even doable. Probably not, but you guys already know my feelings on it.
So I think basically the ball will be in Design Tech's court. You know, if they can't comply to what our conditions are that the board approves, then we could deem it denied. But it sounds like there's willingness, and we learned tonight that there's, you know, agreement then on the teacher credentialing piece, which was probably one of the biggest areas that we were still negotiating. It sounds like there's will from Dr. Montgomery, and he'll find out from his board on the 17th to agree to our language, but it sounds like we've got to go back and do some retooling too. So having your questions be helpful.
Mr. Hui.
Yeah, a couple of things. First, I mean, I think there is precedent to have conditional approvals on these. Is that correct, Dr. Koligian?
It is, but it's also untested, and according to our attorney. It's you know, something that I think can be done, but it's probably not the norm.
Not the norm, but there's
Yeah.
precedent for it.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, with that being the case, I'm happy to move forward with what we've ironed out. We'll see what we come back with. We'll be able to see that within the next week, it sounds like, if it's going to be taken to Design Tech's board. We'll have a week to look that over, a little over that. In terms of the Rancho Cordova community member that we would appoint, I think that's a great idea. I understand that doesn't automatically mean that person would be on the board, nor that we would even appoint somebody, but I think we should leave space for that. Otherwise, I would say let's move forward with what has been ironed out, and we'll take a look at it over the next couple weeks.
Mr. Reed.
I agree with the comments that Mr. Hui just mentioned.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, I mean, yeah, I think there's really not a lot left to iron out here. It sounds like there's agreement. We have a draft here in front of us that our staff has put forward. Design Tech appears to, you know, be willing to meet these conditions. And so I really don't see a need to make any additional edits unless both sides agree to them at this point, because I think it seems like we're kind of on the same page. So that would be my opinion and direction. I think would just to be moved forward with this document as is, and you know, continue to allow them to have conversations. I also would just say that on the issue of the Rancho Cordova board member, I mean, I certainly do not want to start off on the assumption that we're going to have an adversarial relationship. I think this is an opportunity for us to have a collaborative relationship. And so it sounds like Design Tech is willing to work with our board. And if we did vote to put forward a community member, you know, I think that would be hopefully something we could work together on. So I definitely want to see ways that we can find areas of collaboration versus having an adversarial relationship. I think Superintendent, is there anything else that you need from the board at this time?
Just send me your thoughts and comments, because we'd like to get this finalized before we give the final draft to Dr. Montgomery.
Okay.
Mr. Hoover, could I make a comment as well?
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say that I'm a little bit concerned about the concept of having board meetings that are outside the city of Rancho Cordova. It seems counterintuitive to the purpose of making board meetings available to the community and making sure that people can come out to them. And it also seems kind of out of touch to have a majority non-Rancho board deciding the direction of a Rancho Cordova school. And additionally, I would be interested in seeing if there's possibility to have a student representative from Design Tech on the board if it comes to fruition. Thanks.
Mr. Hoover, can I ask
Yes.
a quick question? I'm just curious, as a nonprofit, are your board meetings public?
Yes, our board meetings are public, and we currently have a parent rep, a staff rep, and a student rep on our board.
And are they broadcast?
Am I correct that they're now under the Brown Act?
We are under the Brown
They
Act.
are, yeah,
Yes.
okay.
And yeah, they've changed some.
That was a recent, yeah.
Yeah, it was recent. Same with the conflict of interest codes are all the same now as well.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? All right, let's move on. Item C, Attendance and Enrollment Task Force Report, Superintendent.
Yes, as we've been indicating, one of our focus and goals this year is on daily attendance and the student engagement piece. It's one of the vital signs that we're continuing to track, and it's also a priority in putting together feedback from our community, our staff, our students, and with that, we put together a task force with the leadership of Mr. Meyer and Ms. Azarian, and they've got a report of the meetings from last year and our action plan. Mr. Meyer.
All right. Good evening. All right. So, do you want to? So, as we're entering our third full year since COVID struck, we know that schools have been impacted. We know that we've seen a decline not only in attendance, but also enrollment nationally, not just in our own backyard. There's a variety of reasons. I don't think we can pinpoint it to anything exactly, but we've been looking at data, and even before we knew what the word COVID was, we were seeing declining enrollment and we were seeing attendance challenges. So this isn't brand new, but it kind of sped up that process. So we know that students with quarantine got out of the habit of being at school. There was more barriers for a lot of our families. We also know it didn't impact everyone equally. We know that some of our groups are extremely disproportionate before COVID and attendance, and that gap has gotten worse, specifically our Black students and our special ed students. So I think if you can put that in the back of your head as we go through the next 15 minutes. A board member had asked me a while ago if we think that this might continue, this decline. And my answer is absolutely if we don't get ahead of it. And when I say get ahead of it, I mean, we need to put together a team, which we did. It needs to be an eclectic team, which we did. We had some members of the board, which very appreciated. We had community members. We had members from both cities. We had administrators, teachers, parents, and we'll go a little more depth into that. But I want to be really clear. This wasn't to make the headlines and say, hey, look at Folsom, Cordova. We're putting together an attendance task force. That wasn't the goal. It's not because we were federally or state mandated to. It was really to move the needle and to help certain groups, especially within our own district, that we have to do better, we can do better. And so with that said, this meetings, we only had 3 meetings and they were extremely powerful. I know Mr. Short, we had a lot of conversations after the meetings, and I think you can get a lot done when you get the right people in the room and you're organized. We were really lucky to have Katie Brackenridge, who has been a partner of the district for many years. She's led our SEL charge. She's working very closely with SCOE now and all the other surrounding districts. She started with us though. And she's based out of Oakland. So with the 27 members I mentioned earlier, I think it's important to mention too that this attendance task force did what's called empathy gathering. If you haven't heard of that, that's a really important homework assignment that often when you're part of a committee, you can go out and collect information. And that's really where we collected information from our students because they're an important piece in this puzzle. So I will say, and we'll get a little more in depth on this, but if we want to move that needle, especially with our enrollment and attendance, we have to be extremely proactive the first month of school. We have to create those welcoming environments, avoid that deficit language, focus on the positive, and that is going to be our really initial 20-day charge that you'll hear us talk about tonight. So there was a goal to this, and it wasn't just to have, hey, what can we do right now to improve attendance? If it was that easy, we wouldn't have to have spent all this time and effort and energy. So we really did have a 2-year plan, and I know the board was provided that. We can call it our engagement plan, our engagement and attendance blueprint, but a lot of work went into that, and I think when we were planning that, we really wanted to make sure that it was evidence-based strategies, and it really focused on specific groups and specific schools that the data showed need the most support. All right, I am so lucky to have Kate over here because she's our data person and she can talk about data so much more clearly than I can. So here you go.
At what time? At 9:40, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so the data that we're looking at here is from A2A, and they're a partner that we work with. They do our truancy and chronic absence notifications, and they also help us make meaning of our data. So this was back from March, the data that we're looking at here. And what you'll see is that we have declining enrollment on both sides of the district. While we're losing more students on the Rancho side, we are losing students overall. So about 700 students down. You also see that we have declining attendance. And the grayed out line, the 2021 school year, we're really not even looking at that data because attendance requirements were so minimal. It was logging onto Zoom. It really isn't a point of comparison. So we really are comparing 2019-20 to last year, 21-22. Chronic absenteeism is when students are missing 10% or more of the days that they're enrolled in school. So in a normal 180-day school year, that's 18 days or more of school. So the chart you're looking at right here is by preschool all the way through our senior class last year of what percentage of students were chronically absent. So this is a district-wide chart. And so you can see preschool was exorbitant. 65% of our kids were chronically absent, missing 10% or more. Kindergarten and first grade tripled in their chronic absenteeism. I was really struck by middle school. What in the heck was going on with middle school? That we were over three times our chronic absenteeism in those years. So that was something that our attendance task force really dug into. What was the why behind that data? And clearly we didn't need to focus on any one school or one region. This is a district-wide challenge at this point. So we stole a couple slides here from Sean, so he'll correct me if I say something wrong, because I'm a social worker. So he'll correct me if I'm saying the numbers wrong. But when we look at the impact of lost attendance, it's two things. It's financial impact, but it's also learning. We will never find a way to intervene our way out of children missing 18 or more days of school a year. They're just not getting the exposure to quality first instruction that is the priority. So we had over a 3% drop in attendance last year. And what Sean shared with our group is every time a child misses school for excused or unexcused reasons, that's $80 in funding to the district. But a 1% increase in attendance would generate over $2 million in additional revenues. So we might see 3%, not think that's that much, but really it does have a huge impact on us. Also with LCAP supplemental funding, we had a wonderful gift last year that students were able to eat meals free at school. That's fantastic. I was in schools all throughout the district last year, and we had lots of students taking advantage of that. But an unintended consequence of that was that families did not fill out the annual income verification form that the federal government still uses to determine our funding that comes from them. And what we saw is we dropped over 3% as a district in our low income or unduplicated students, and in schools in Rancho Cordova, some were well over 6% drop. So that drop makes a big difference in our funding and our bottom line. This was really important to the task force to understand all of this because, like Scott and I oversee the mental health team and all those supports. We know those supplemental funds help fund those much needed supports for our students. But the bottom line is really about the academic impact for our students. So nationally, only 17% of students who were chronically absent in kindergarten and first grade read on grade level by third grade. So only 17%. So it is huge that we had so many kids missing their kindergarten and first grade years. In sixth and ninth grade, the key indicator if students are going to graduate on time is their attendance. And then their math is the next thing that dictates whether they're going to graduate on time. So we wanted the group to understand it's not just financial, it's not just academic, it's both of these things together. And like we were talking about, we have all this money coming in for COVID for intervention. The best intervention is prevention, and that's having our students in school every day on time.
Hey, and I know it's, what are we, 9:44. I know attendance is not the most fun topic, but I want us to feel comfortable start talking about attendance, because that last data slide to me really hits home, especially when we're talking about a turning point. We often, when we think about what does success look like in schools, attendance isn't even in the top 5, 10 of those conversations. But as data shows us, it's the top indicator. So we are at a turning point. In a time of uncertainty, we know that attendance counts. And that's where our task force came in. So it was really cool hearing from different perspectives and improving our system's efficiency. And you know that old saying, this is how we've always done it. That is the saying that all gets us. But sometimes we might not say it, but we still practice it. So we've been working really closely with the schools. And towards the end, I'll talk a little bit about our 20-day challenge. But we're really starting to refocus and reimagine what some of our staff is doing. And for example, for some of those of you that have been at the site, and I think are teachers that have to fill out the attendance packets that are this thick, and every week we've been working with the state to do those electronically. That's just one example. That's an old practice that we're still doing. Well, there's certain things that we're entering in as far as attendance goes that we already have a system that does that. So that takes time. We also have some pretty archaic enrollment processes where if you're going from a middle school to a high school or elementary to a middle school, it's like you're re-enrolling in the district all over again. So when Kate and I we're really working closely with some of our surrounding districts, specifically Elk Grove, they do not do that. Our surrounding districts have a much easier policy, easier for our parents and easier for our staff. So when I talk about reimagining, when we're asking staff to do more, we need to also make sure that we're taking something off. And this has been nice working with our attendance clerks, our admin assistants, our parent coordinators, and just kind of finding out, what's working, what's not. Also, really thinking about that graduation. Our end goal is for our students to graduate and become productive citizens, good citizens, and that starts at a very young age. And the overall theme that you'll see littered throughout our blueprint and the conversations at our three task force was relationships and also engagement. We know that students, when they're engaged, much like I feel like I have to wake you up so you're engaged right now because I know this is late, but the more engaged you are when you come to a class, the more they want to be there. And I think all of you have walked into most of our schools, and I can guarantee you some schools are much more welcoming for whatever reason than others. And if we're feeling that, and as a board member you're feeling that, imagine what our parents and our students who might already have a little distrust in the system are feeling. So these were kind of some of the conversations we had with our attendants. So I mentioned the efficiency, standardizing those procedures. We have already created a standardized drop, and we are very strict about dropping students compared to, if they live in our boundaries, we are going to exhaust A through Y before we get to Z. Because those 3% that Kate mentioned, this is what really keeps me up at night. We have stacks of CUME files throughout our district from 3 years ago. I mean, let that sink in. That means these students very well have just disappeared, and we don't know where they're at. I'm not saying a full 3%, but a lot of those students, and one is too many. So we also talking about the online enrollment. We're doing a lot of manual entry, which takes time. We would rather have phone calls, rather build relationships, rather have more of a preventative than just documenting when we have A2A that does that for us. Working with Power School to connect siblings. For whatever reason, Power School is extremely difficult, whether if we're holding a SARB or we're just contacting a parent. Often if one student in elementary is struggling with attendance, other students are as well. And it's more efficient if we can work with the whole family and to provide support for those barriers. And then as Kate mentioned, the annual income verification process, and I know Sean's working really hard. That is an unintended consequence that we literally will be paying the price for. Other systemic strategies, busing was really a big one. When we're having 6, 7, 8-year-olds walking up to 4 miles each way, that hearing from parents often was a deterrent. I know that's very expensive even to reduce that, but that doesn't mean we just say we can't do it. We have to continue looking into that, and maybe that is for equity. We look at the schools that really don't have maybe 2 cars in that household or 1 car. Maybe we look at thinking outside the box. We already have free public transit, but maybe working with them for our start times to make sure that they don't have to get to school an hour and a half early. So these are some areas that we need to continue working on. We did update our Blackboard. This is really exciting. Our calls used to go out at 1 o'clock, and that's okay, whoop-de-doo for elementary. Well, we really are trying to push better late than never. And you're not going to hear Kate and I ever talk about perfect attendance. That's great, but things happen. And we know the last 3 years, a lot of things have happened. But better late than never. And so we've that time now is 9 a.m. So I'll get a little more into that with our 20-year plan, but we want to be able to have the capability to call students and get them in, even if they come in at 10 o'clock. And then develop that process for graduation improvement, dropout recovery. And we put for systemic strategies, one of the glaring things that we noticed when we looked at data is we do not have enough attendance support at certain sites. We have 3 of our sites that have more than half of our truancies and attendance. It's not like we don't know this. The other thing, I think the strongest, I mentioned it earlier, is we can't even talk about tier 2 and tier 3 until we have that strong tier 1. And I mentioned those relationships, the connection to school, but also that engagement. These are the areas that we're working with the schools. We are very fortunate with our 20-day challenge that we have trained over 200 staff, on average about 2 hours of training. And these staff members consist of our campus monitors, yard supervisors, parent coordinators, admin assistants, clerks, administrators. And really, the training is twofold. One is really how to work with families and meet them where they're at. Look at I mentioned the deficit thinking. We want to be positive when we work with families. I've yet to meet a parent that has not wanted their child to succeed. We might disagree on how to get there, but part of it is we can't punish them to come to school. We need to find out those barriers, and those are going to look different for each family. So we even did a little bit of role playing. Kate did some role playing. That was Kate and Ayana. That was fun. But the feedback has been really good. And I mentioned the 2-part was hearing from our boots on the ground, like what are they seeing every day? What do they need more of? So another piece is our exec cabinet granted funds. So we have added 4 hours for all our Title I schools for the first 20 days to make those calls home. do more house visits, and we've added 2 hours for all our other schools. So again, we know what schools might need that little extra support, and those in return that we trained all those folks that the schools are using, because the last thing we want to do is have a campus monitor who's never called home on someone not have those skills. So I'm really proud of the work that we've done on that, and even more proud of our schools. They've jumped on this. So in preschool, she mentioned preschool enrollment and attendance. That is such a foundational time that we're extremely concerned the last 3 years with the low enrollment. We know that our first, second, third grade teachers are going to have their hands full when we're working with the social emotional piece, and also those habits of attending school.
You already stole one slide of mine.
Did I?
Yep, you did. That's all right.
That one didn't look too familiar.
That it did not look familiar. Can you advance the slide for me? Thank you. Okay, so you know about the Community Schools Initiative. We're very, very excited about that. We are starting our needs assessment and strengths assessment in Rancho Cordova, and Carla is going to be helping us lead that effort. And we really have an opportunity with this to bring our families back onto our campuses, really listen to them, listen to our youth about what makes a difference for them. We spent all last year keeping people off campuses. It was so great this week to welcome families back, to see them come and walk into their child's classroom and see what's going on and have all our back to school nights up and going. So our plan is we are going to do the needs assessment over the next several months, also be talking to city leaders, nonprofit leaders, faith-based leaders, and then using that to see what can we do to remove any barriers that the families and youth are telling us to daily on-time attendance. Okay, next slide.
All right, and we did cover a lot of this already, but we figure if you phase things out, it's doable. If we throw out a plan that just you look at it and you kind of get a little nauseous and just say, oh my gosh, this is not doable, that doesn't help anyone. So this is where we're working with our administrators, specifically our site administrators. We mentioned the income verification, updating our office procedure manual, which is close to being done. And our data entry into PowerSchool, transportation, that's a heavy lift, but that one might be pushed a little more to fall. Our Attend and Connect campaign is in full go mode right now. We're hoping that this is something that isn't just a 2022, but we do this is something we do every year, kind of like our Cool to Be Kind challenge and our Kindness Week. So the relationship building connections all the way through winter and spring. We are very close to updating our enrollment process. I mentioned it is very cumbersome, and it's really affecting some of our families more so than others. The PLC's data we have data coming at our fingertips, but we are still learning as a district, and we're added positions this year to assist with that, but how to effectively use data. Because monitoring is good, but what are we doing with it after we monitor? And we got the summer 2023, we need to stop, reassess, and I can promise you next year we will have more time. Keep in mind, this attendance task force ended in May. So we did not have as much time as we really wanted to kick off our 20-day challenge. With that said, we've been out to the majority of our schools, and they're doing an awesome job, especially with all the other layers that they're working with. Next.
All right. So at this point, we're putting our action plan into action and seeing what our results are. I think a next step for us is our Operation Graduation, finding a way to find out what has happened to some of our kids that have fallen off the radar during COVID, and how do we bring them back in. Part of what we'll be doing with the community schools work is hiring some bilingual staff to do some targeted outreach to those families and hear them and see what we can do to get their kids re-engaged. And we do have our position posted right now for our social worker to support our preschool and after-school programs. All right. So thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Do we have any board questions?
Yes.
Mr. Clark.
On page 5, you guys spoke about dropout rate, I think. Just kind of curious, do you have data on what percent of those students were students of color or ESL, or do you have that data?
For our dropouts?
Yeah.
I don't personally have the data from this last year quite yet.
Okay.
You can get that.
Through
We can certainly get that to.
Yeah,
Dr.
I'm just
Kalugian,
kind
and
of
she can
curious
send it out to
on
the
that.
board.
And then I know that you guys just talked about what else is needed in the operation graduation. I kind of looked at that and said, so specific staff at Cordova, Mills, and Mitchell. When you say bilingual, are we looking at the ethnicities in those areas? You're Armenian, you're Russian, those families?
Bilingual, primarily Spanish-speaking families.
Okay.
So we need to do our outreach to. Our African-American students are chronically absent at a far higher rate
Right.
than any other group. So we want to make sure we're getting staff out there that are representing the cultures of the families that they're working with.
Okay. And do you see that going into the elementary schools as well? Because
Well, so part of the excitement about the community schools work, when we're applying for these grants, we're going to be applying for things that are not supplanting, I'm looking at Elena, supplementing, I knew that word an hour ago, supplementing what we currently have, and targeted outreach at Cordova, Mills, and Mitchell is definitely needed, but we know White Rock and Villa, we know our schools that need that extra support. But really our goal is to not provide services just to a school, right? It's to a family. When we're working with a family, we should be able to provide supports for everybody in the family. So we may have a center, let's say at Mills, but they should be working with all of the kids within our system, not just the kids at Mills.
okay. All right. That's all I have.
All right. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I had a question. Would there be an opportunity to include students on the task force? So, and like we were talking about diversity, could we consider like a few students from each background and have them?
So the task force ended in May, but we do have other opportunities. Like with the community schools work, we definitely need youth voice involved in that. We'll have a leadership committee for our community schools, so would love to have your voice on that committee. And then you've got the safety committee.
The safety committee.
And I know we are going to come to the first SAB meeting and talk about safety. And we've also asked if we could come and work with your team in regards to attendance as well. So one last piece too, I want to make sure I mention is there's very few things in our business that we can do to produce more money for the district. I mean, if we're talking dollars and cents, when we're talking about providing extra support, Mr. Clark, at Cordova High, Mills, and Mitchell, not only are you alleviating the stress on staff, who are, all our staff work hard, but those schools have some challenges that other schools do not have. But you alleviate that, and you let some of our administrators become more of educational leaders, and we can also actually pay for those positions tenfold and that's where the data is showing that we really need to add support.
Okay.
So
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
I forgot to mention that on my notes.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Short.
think we talked about the dollar amount here. What was that? Remember we talked about in the task force? What does this come to in just a roundabout number?
Well, 1%, I mean, a 1% increase was 2.3, was it, Sean? 2 point? Yeah.
So if you
Per percent.
for each percent, so if you're up, this numbers right here can represent a total of what? If we've got it back, more to 94%.
Approximately 8 million.
$6 million. $6 million.
3.2 is approximately $8 million.
Right, $8 million. So that puts that in perspective. I just want the board to understand this is huge.
And it's not just state and federal funding. If you
Right.
think of all the money that we spend on intervention,
Right.
trying to make up for that lost learning,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money too.
And my only following comment, I know you're saying it's an issue across the board, but it would be nice to have the demographics between Rancho and Folsom to see where the schools in Rancho are having the bigger concerns, because I know that the kids of color and they have more difficult times getting to school than.
Yeah, at the time we put this presentation together, we did not have the end of the year data, but we do now. And we
that'd
can
be
certainly
good,
share
yeah.
that with Dr. Kaligian. And we have started asking A2A to break it down for us by region. So we have a district-wide report and then a report for each
Right.
region.
Yeah, that'd be good, thank you.
Mr. Hui?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the presentation. I mean, this slide we're on is sobering. So just to confirm, that the 2021-22 rates, this takes into account any sort of COVID absences, right?
Any absence for any reason.
If a student was absent for COVID, would that show up on this percentage? Okay.
Yeah. And if they went on independent study but didn't complete the work,
Okay.
and it was marked as an unexcused absence, it would count there too.
Okay, thanks. And then on page 7 or slide 7, if we can go there.
Rochelle, can you help us? The financial impact?
Yes. I know we've talked a bit about this, about the challenge we're having collecting these numbers with, now that we're providing lunch and breakfast universally. Has that been a problem across the state, or basically every school district is experiencing the same thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. And then you probably don't have to go there. I think it was on slide 14. Scott, you had mentioned something about home visits. Can you just talk a little bit more about which kind of staff would be doing those visits?
Yeah. That we talk about a lot of silver linings that have happened from COVID. One of them for me definitely was the amount of administrators and their support staff that are not only doing conducting home visits, but are comfortable doing it. We had some of our administrators admit they've never really done home visits, and it can be cumbersome. I mean, I don't know how many of you have done. I know, Mr. Clark, we've done some together, but they are. And even she's the master. She's been knocking on doors for 20 plus years. And we go out, but even just at the beginning of the year going out, I'm a little rusty. So it's been really nice having our administrators, but our support staff. Kate had talked about additional social work support. We actually have a social worker who 1 day a week is working with our office and our new position, our attendance specialist. And they're going to do what we've been calling tap and chats, the kind of low level support. So that's going to be a great resource, and they really want to at least have one person from the school. If you remember my predecessor, Steve Musnich, he did a lot of knock and talks, and they were good. But a lot of times you have a guy in a tie show up to your house, and you can say the greatest things ever, but what's that saying? Nobody cares how much you know until they know you care. That's hard to do when I show up and I have 4 minutes of your time. I mean, I can do my whole plea. So even when I'm talking about our attendance specialist and our social worker, we still really want to make sure that we have somebody from that site, and it does not have to be the principal or vice principal. Mm-hmm. And that would be our silver lining when it comes to attendance and the house visits.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Last one for me. We talked a little bit about community schools. Really excited for what's happening there. One of the things I've noticed in this last couple of years is a huge problem with attendance, at least at the school that I've been at, is students that are coming to school that don't have their vaccinations. And so they're out maybe for 2 or 3 weeks until that's completed, because it's a challenge getting into a doctor. Is that something that the community schools, like that seems like the type of thing that would be perfect for? Is that?
Yeah, even before we started talking about community schools, Dr. Kaligian had asked Carrie Kay and Ayanna Pease to work on a school-based health center initiative, working with Dr. Blackburn from Sac State. So yeah, that was well in the works. Community school will definitely be physical health, emotional health, social services, community support.
Thank you, Mr. Hui. Mr. Reed. Oh.
Yeah, a couple items. First of all, on the income verification, what was the task force's ideas to solve that problem now that we have universal breakfast and lunch?
So part of it is the relationship building, talking with parents, having them understand why the income verification process is so important. There is a different process in our Title I schools and our non-Title I schools. Also having an all hands on deck mentality. All of us need to be working on trying to help families get these forms completed. Part of the real challenge in our system is that we use Power School, and Power School does not currently connect families together, so siblings are not connected. So you could have a parent with several kids in the district in different schools, and each school is trying to reach them and get that done. So we're trying to work on some internal ways to reduce that friction, because that's annoying to parents for sure. And just a waste of staff outreach and time. But we have to explain to parents, and Angela's helping us with this, explain the why behind getting those forms in beyond free meals, because it is more than that.
Don't we currently require a form that has to be filled out for residency verification every year?
Not every year.
Well, so
Or are you talking about
the
for the-
InfoSnap process that happens in February, March, the regulations say that we have to ask parents for the income verification after July 1. So we have that pre-enrollment process that happens, but we can't use any information until we get it from parents after July 1, which is.
We wouldn't be able to combine the form into
No.
that. Is what you're
No,
saying.
but a neighboring district did something interesting in their re-enrollment process. They asked parents at that time to say, is your income below this level or above this level? How many people are in your home? And they were able to get that preliminary data, and then that allowed them after July 1 to be more targeted in their outreach to parents when the forms weren't coming in August and early September.
So is that something we could do with the residency form, ask those high-level questions so that we can do a targeted approach after July 1st?
Yes, so that's what we're talking about for this next year.
Okay, all right. There was some discussion about providing some demographics by race. Can we also get the exact same demographics by gender, please?
We've asked them.
Yeah, so we're asking HOA to give us that data that way. That is not a typical thing that they report out to districts, but we can ask for that going forward. We could also ask Nick if he could do that for us for last school year.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'd like to see the both the dropout as well as the attendance.
Yeah, it's important information.
Based on gender, yeah. Also, I think there was some reference about providing a breakdown by city. Is it also possible to get a breakdown by school site?
Yes, the E2A report has it by school site. Yep, and then we have it broken down by region.
All right, and is that something that the board will be provided at a future meeting? Okay.
Well, I can send it to Dr. Collegian tonight, and she can get it to you in the Friday packet.
Oh,
Ooh, tonight, she's ambitious.
I'm waking up now.
Gold star for you. Let's see. Final question is involving technology. So, I'm just wondering if technology can completely replace teachers' requirements regarding attendance. And let me give you an example. When I go to a legal conference and get continuing legal education, frequently the name badge has a microchip in it. And it records when I walk into an education session, so it knows what room I'm in, what education I'm receiving, what time I walked into the classroom. And it also knows if I walk out of the classroom before the session is finished, and it won't give me full credit if I walk out before the session's finished. And then at the end of the conference, it prints out my continuing legal education credits that I received at that conference. So the technology already exists, and if they're already doing it for continuing legal education classes, why couldn't we use the exact same technology in our school district where, I don't know, either it's a student ID card that has the microchip on it, or I don't know, it's attached to the Chromebook, something that the students always bring into the classroom, and just simply have the technology record that they're present in the classroom or absent in the classroom, and let the teachers do what the teachers need to be doing, is educating, teaching our students, rather than spending time and energy recording attendance, whether someone's in the classroom or not. It seems like technology could substantially streamline this entire process, and address the issues that we have, including with attendance clerks, because if that whole thing is digitized, it just seems like we could probably be much more efficient, even with less staff, handling attendance issues. So is that something that you've discussed? Is this something that other school districts are doing, or is this something that you've never heard before?
Yeah, I would just like to say it is digitized right now. I don't think we ever should take anything off the table. I'm not. I like the idea in theory. But right now everything is digitized. We're not old school, taking attendance with number 2 pencils.
I was just going to chime in. The state requires that the teacher actually take the attendance and certify electronically that the students were there. So the automated system would still require a teacher's verification and sign off. That's a requirement for any attendance that we have. So that's a state requirement right now. So you could potentially automate the yes or no, are they in the class, but the teacher still has to confirm the data and then sign off on the data. So that's a requirement.
And that's what we're trying to get digitally, and a digital signature.
You can still, even with that system that's used at conferences, it still would streamline the process. The teacher could just simply glance at the report that was automatically generated and confirm that is an accurate report.
Yes, they could.
All right. Well, anyway, just something, food for thought. Maybe there's something that can be done there, because we ask a lot of our teachers, and certainly if there are things we can take off their plate, I think that's a good thing. So,
David, should they use their cell phones for that? I'm just joking. I'm joking. Too late. Too early. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay.
Over here.
I know David's usually last, to be fair. Yeah. So, David or Mr. Reed, any more questions or comments?
Those are all the questions for me. Thank you.
Well, I definitely, I like the out-of-the-box thinking, and I do think some of that's probably state requirement, restricted, but I do think it'd be interesting to look into. I mean, it seems like a very solvable problem. But a few questions. So going back to this school lunch, universal lunch issue, is there a required form that is given to us that we have to give to families, or do we get to make the form?
And look who just came up.
I see Sean responding.
Yeah, there is a certain information required. There are 2 different forms. There is the sites that are called CEP, or Community Eligible Provision School sites, which are pretty much a majority of our Rancho sites. There we can use an alternative income form that is through the state, and we can streamline and simplify that form. We actually created a system where all we have to do is ask for the student's name, whether or not how many people live in the household, and then it generates an income level and says, are you above and below? That's it. That's 3 questions.
Okay.
Really 2, because and we have it so that the parent can log in, the staff can do it. We have a lot of flexibility with that. But because on the non-CEP sites, the state wants the free and reduced applications done as much as possible, because they want federal reimbursement for lunches, because now the state's covering the difference. they want free and reduced application forms. So you have to complete, and I've shared before, that's about equivalent of a 1040, easy type of form, if not
So
more
it's
difficult.
a specific form.
It is
the
a
family
specific
has to
form.
do.
We're not required to have it, but if people want free and reduced lunch, which now doesn't matter because everybody eats for free, or they want the other services associated with free and reduced status, they would have to complete that form at a non-CEP site. And we don't have any say over that form. We can edit it a little bit, but for the most part, the form is standardized by the federal government, and we just make it with our name on it.
I just wanted to add absolutely all of that and just give some perspective. We've been doing income verification forms for approximately 10 years now. Yeah. So we started off with 1 or 2 schools, and then from there we grew the CEP sites. Originally, the outreach was to 85% or higher schools. And so really, if you think about it, when you're having to ask every year if the parents fall below the poverty level and 85% or higher are below the poverty level, there's some provisions in place to allow for us to deem those schools CEP. Now imagine we've had to go back to those schools and continue to ask for parents to complete an income verification, even though their child has been getting free breakfast and lunch and including supper at those sites. So it has been a struggle. What Mr. Martin speaks about regarding the complexity of, I think you called it a tax form, it allows for reporting on such things as social services and other income, disability things. So it's been a complex challenge, but we have been able, fortunately, to communicate to those sites the importance of collecting that because it provides these other resources. So we're extending that information to our non-CEP sites so that while their children are getting the breakfast and lunch, they'll see the benefits of what noticing who may be below poverty level, what that could provide for them. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, and is it all done through Power School or?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
There's many layers, and I'll just answer with no and tell you that those income forms are really processed through its own system, Rocket Scan. And then separately, we also take a compilation of income from the county services, such as was mentioned. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot.
Many layers to this.
Yeah, and that's frustrating because I think that complexity, some of which seems like it's out of our hands, is makes it really difficult. I will just say from personal experience, it's too complicated, and I think everyone in this room probably agrees with that. But I wish there was a way to even simplify it. The other thing I was going to ask is it behind some sort of login, because when you send a link to a family that says, hey, log in and fill this form out. Maybe you don't remember your login or you don't want to take the time to figure it out and then you just forget about it. Yeah. I mean, it literally did. That's, I can totally see that happening in a lot of cases. Yeah. So
the free and reduced application form is through the food service department. And so there isn't a login, but they complete that. There is also paper forms at every school site. So if someone
so you could do it via
absolutely
paper.
online or paper. The income verification through Power School, it does require a login, but I will tell you, as was mentioned, we are recruiting the wonderful efforts of not only our bilingual staff, but all staff that can connect with parents. And then even if they're not logging in, we can take that information if need be for those who may be challenged with that technology and walk them through that process. So we do have all hands on deck on this.
Yeah, that's great. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for that. My last comment was just going to be, I love the relational aspect of the slides and the kind of the goals, set forth to really improve those site-based relationships. Because I do think, like you said, Scott, no offense to you, but you popping in from the district office is probably different than like someone from your site coming and, checking in with you who already has that relationship, right? So, I love that aspect of it. I will say a few things that I noticed on here that we do, and I acknowledge and realize that we're a huge school district. The auto dial system with Blackboard and these truancy letters, right? That, we're talking about positive reinforcement, and then we're like, you get that truancy letter, and it's like, oh, you're terrible, send your kid to school. And I assume those are automated as well after a certain number of absences. But, I don't know what it would take to make that more relational and more personal. And it seems like that's the goal of this project. But, a personal call, or obviously a home visit, as you mentioned, or even, I don't even know if we're allowed to do this, even a text message. I mean, like, can we text people? I mean, or text kids? I mean, nobody really like answers the phone anymore, I feel like. So unless you're going to their house, I mean, it'd be awesome to even send them a text message and say, hey, are you going to make it to school today or whatever, you know? I don't know. Just
No, that's good. And that is our 20-day challenge. That by design is that if you're not in school, you get a live voice that calls you.
Okay.
And that's our expectation for all elementary.
Yeah.
And for the majority of our secondary. The goal is for all, but it's just a numbers game. I mean, some schools have 200 students. That's a lot of phone calls.
That's a lot.
But that is, you're spot on. That's absolutely our goal. And the texting is something we're also talking about because that's
just
what,
so much
I mean, let's
easier.
admit it. That's what we all use, right? We text each other all the time, and that it's much easier to respond on your own time than to pick up the phone and answer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, anyway, something to think about. I appreciate it. Any other comments or questions, concerns?
I have a comment, Mr. Hoover.
Yes.
So I'm really glad to hear the emphasis that we have on inclusivity. I think the attendance numbers that we're seeing are really symptomatic of much larger issues, as you mentioned earlier. So I think it's important to keep in mind that we can't expect marginalized youth to want to attend school regularly when they distrust their campuses, or they feel unsafe, or they feel like there's no one there who really cares about them. So I'm glad to hear that there's an emphasis on that, and I hope that we can continue that. And additionally, I want to reemphasize how important it is to speak directly to those marginalized students who are experiencing chronic absenteeism. Ask them what barriers they're facing in coming to school every day. Ask them what makes them feel unsafe or makes them distrust their campus, and how we can improve them. And I'm really hoping that future conversations that are similar to the attendance task force really prioritize the voices of youth, and, you know, having them involved in the committees from the get-go, so that, you know, they can have an opportunity to speak directly about their needs. And obviously SAB can provide an extent of input, but at the end of the day, we don't represent every marginalized student, unfortunately. I wish we did, but we don't. So I think it's really important to reach out to those youth directly, whether that be, again, a home visit or a site visit or something like that. So thank you again for the presentation.
Yeah, and thank you, Ria. And with the community schools needs assessment, what we're trying to figure out is how can we get youth talking to youth? Because youth will talk to each other differently than they'll talk to adults. So how do we get a youth-generated kind of campaign to give us feedback on what are those barriers? And we absolutely hear from youth. If they feel like, you know, they walk in the classroom late and someone barks at them, they don't want to come to school. And we've got to own that. That's our responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We're going to go to public comment. Cindy Rosefield.
Cindy Rosefield, and I'm here with lots of positivity this time. So it's in reference to what you were just talking about our goal to be more welcoming and have a welcoming culture to all of our students at all of our schools, even if they're late, and that the support that I want to support what Ria was saying and is re-emphasizing is the impact that students, high school students usually, because you're more articulate at that age than, you know, younger students. But I can even foresee not just you being on a committee and putting your input, but actually going to staff meetings and speaking to teachers. And maybe it's too intimidating to talk to high school teachers, but maybe not, depending on your confidence level. But I recall a GSA group coming to my elementary school and teaching us teachers about all of the new terminology and why, gender versus gender identity versus who we're attracted to. And they did such a beautiful job talking about a really tricky subject. And that was years ago, and I think about it all the time. And so I feel like when students come and talk to we teachers, and especially if you can recall, for us elementary school teachers were pretty sappy sometimes. And so, you remember, if you tell us you remember when you were in first grade and this thing happened to you and how it would have been better if this, and then also the positive things to give us a little pat on the back that, this one teacher one time said this, it makes a huge difference. I think just like they were saying when kids talk to kids, when you guys make an effort, and we're so proud of you, first of all. So that's the end of that, but that just not just sitting on a board and giving your ideas, but actually going out and we listen to you, and you're, we're proud of you, and we're here for you. So when you give us feedback like that, we hear it, and most of us, I think, put it into action. And then I just wanted to say props to you guys for the contest. My principal's so jazzed about this, this first 20 days. Like, she's like, we're gonna win. So exactly. So maybe putting that in there too. The whole contest thing was really cool. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Jen Tarbucks.
I promise it's the last time I'll speak tonight. So, I just want to say I do appreciate that you guys go out into the community. I am a firm believer that the community, parents, and teachers working together is what really builds a good district, and going out and understanding and 100% how the Cordova community, and I couldn't give an exact percentage, but like 10 to 1, right, needs more support like this than Folsom High or Vista or areas like that. I think there's an area that's being missed. And I have some experience in this, and what I just want to touch base on, and I'm not sure if you're looking at, so I want to comment about it, is in regards to, for example, students in every district, but the drug culture has gotten a lot more intense. Kids today are doing more drugs than you would have ever imagined. I recently sat down with some Folsom PD that's in charge of like the homeless community, and I asked them about the homeless youth in Folsom. And I'm not talking about the ones that are out of foster home. I'm talking about the ones sleeping in ditches. I literally brought one into my home that I picked up out of a ditch a few years ago that my son had met and befriended. And him and I kind of went back on and forth on what I really meant. And I was trying to explain to him, they are out there and you don't see them. The adults don't see them. The parents don't see them. The teachers don't see them. These kids distrust the community. They distrust the adults. They distrust everybody. And they're not showing up to the classroom. But they're still kids that need love, support, community. And then you have the students going to school at Vista and at Folsom who have increased their use of drugs over the last few years with COVID, the depression, staying home, the access to drugs, all the things. They're not going to school as much. The parents are getting exhausted. I think that the districts all over need to have more community involvement, because at the end of the day, this is a community issue, how the kids in the community are feeling. And right now there's such a wall between school district, teacher, parent, and it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And the more that there's this distrust or argument, the kids are just like, I don't matter, I'm walking away, I'm not paying attention, nobody cares. And that's how they feel. And then you add that with the last few years of COVID, drugs, and all the other, so I say drugs over and over because it has increased a lot. And that's going to stop some of these kids from going to the classroom, and that's going to exhaust these parents.
Thank you. What's next? Sorry, brain is fogging now. Any other comments or questions? All right. Let us move on to item.
Not so fast, Mr. Vice President. I think I need to do my normal and make a motion to extend this meeting
11.
Till 11?
11 is
more
than enough.
Until 11 p.m.
Right, Sean's the expert.
Yeah.
I motion to extend the meeting. Mr. Clark, do you have a second?
Yes, second.
Second by Mr. Short. Superintendent, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Sharasva?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, let's move to item D, staffing update. Superintendent.
Yes, tonight we're bringing to you the most recent report of where we are with certificated and classified staffing. And I also want to publicly shout out for the Human Resources Department. They have been working around the clock with filling vacancies, onboarding employees, fingerprinting, and getting them in front of our kids in vacant positions all summer long. So part of that teamwork, and appreciate their work. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ogden to share his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Klegan, for shouting out our staff. Our HR staff have put in a lot of 60-hour weeks in the last couple of weeks just to make sure we had teachers and classified staff in place before school started. What I have before you is a snapshot. We have over 2,400 employees. So anytime I run a report, by the time I put it in a PowerPoint, the number's different. So I tried to put some timelines in here to share, but I did start off by having our mission statement in here. Our goal is to empower all students to thrive through educational excellence. And in our staffing update, I just wanted to share, we sort of had a perfect storm, and we're not the only ones who are experiencing this, but we had a large number of unfilled positions after COVID because we didn't fill them. We didn't need yard duty when we were in distance learning. We didn't need bus drivers at the time, and so we created a backlog. We had a large number of resignations and retirements. You heard the bargaining unit talking about it today. That's accurate. But we've also added to this because we've added new programs. We've added transitional kindergarten. This mic sound a little weird? Dying on me, huh? That better? I'll put it there. We've added transitional kindergarten. We've added universal meals. Now, universal meals, not only does it add food service workers, it also adds supervision during the breakfast program. So that had a huge impact. We added extended learning. We talked about that earlier today. When we started that initiative, it was 88 positions that we had to add. We also have 2 schools that have come online in the last couple of years. Mangini Ranch and Innovations Academy. Mangini Ranch has 23 teachers working there today. Innovations Academy has 15 teachers working there. We also added intervention teachers. We've added COVID-19 clerks. We've added general paraprofessionals. All of those are brand new positions that we've added in the last couple of years. So to add when you're in a time of shortage has actually exacerbated our challenge here. The labor market is not keeping up with the demand of employees that are needed in California. That's well known. And wages are really, really competitive right now, as we've heard. Negotiations, that we did over the summer, we typically don't even start negotiating till after the school year starts. We actually attempted to start negotiating in spring and did some negotiating over the summer, but we weren't able to get a settlement. If we would have, that may have helped for our summer staffing, but we're still in progress there. One of the things we've also noticed, which I'll address a little later in the slides, is there's an increased cost of tuition. And one of the things we've heard from our classified employees who perhaps aspire to be a teacher is that it's too expensive to go back to college. And I want to share with you some of the things that we're doing there. But the net of all of these things that I've shared here is that we have more vacancies than we have in a typical year, and we have fewer applicants than we have in a typical year. This was shared at our leadership charge session, and I like this. These circles were before Simon Sinek's golden circle. This is the circles from probably 20 years ago from the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And I actually refer to this a lot when I'm trying to present or talk to people about what we do, because a lot of times when you're talking about a topic like staffing or a labor shortage, there's those things that you're concerned about, but you really have no way to impact them. And there's also things that we can control. And I think the circle of things that we can control is what I'd like to focus on today, and as I share where we are with staffing. So our human resource team has worked really creatively this year to try and fill some positions. And these are some initiatives that are a couple of years old. The first is, on the first bullet there, when we're talking about 215 new teachers that we've hired over the last couple of years. One of the things you'll notice is that we have a lot more interns and waivers. And we had a couple of waivers and interns come through the board today. And I think Jeanette asked a really good question. What are we doing when we're bringing in people that don't have a full credential? Well, the waivers or the interns, when they come into our program, we partnered with SCOE last year and YOLO County Office of Education. Last year, SCOE is the Sacramento County Office of Education. And we partnered with them, so we took a cohort of our instructional aides who wanted to be teachers, but they found there was they couldn't quit their job and go back to school. So what we allowed them to do is continue working as instructional aides. We paid for their tuition to take classes at SCOE, sort of a pre-service class. And then they had to apply for positions in our district and apply for the SCOE program or the YOLO County program. And if they got in that program, we're actually paying their tuition. We've hired a mentor to support them, and they're working in our district now. So we've actually been able to work creatively to fill some positions, but this has taken a couple of years. And we'll continue to work on these partnerships and use these programs to staff our schools. Just the numbers, though, alone, I mean, since January 1st, we've hired over 90 classified employees with 233 new placements, which that means internal moves where perhaps a food service worker picked up a shift and started working as a yard duty also, or an instructional aide, on top of being an instructional aide, chose to become one of the after-school support people. We also have some new principals, new assistant principals, and we do have an unfilled principal position. Our charter school, our principal there has received an offer to work over at the County Office of Education, and so that position's posted right now in the process of refilling that. She's going to stay in place, though, until we're able to refill that. We've worked collaboratively in HR with our communications team. Angela and her team have done a great job on social media. It's been mentioned many times in board meetings. One of the things we've done over the summer is a pop-up ad where when you log on to the district website, it says we're hiring, and you can click there and you can see the jobs that we have. We've also done marquees up on the highway, as well as we park buses sometimes in high traffic areas. We put a sign out saying we're hiring. We're not allowed to advertise on our buses, but when they're parked in a parking lot, we can advertise on them. And we do have some billboards and signage that we've used. We have had the practice, and we continue to practice this. If we have a hard-to-fill position, we offer a signing bonus. I have already mentioned we're partnering with a couple of county offices. When we got into COVID, we realized that we needed to attract some subs that could work a long time and partner with schools and sort of be the sub at that school. And so that we call that position a sub on special assignment. We've continued that initiative this year to support where we have vacancies. We also hired intervention teachers with some of our COVID funds. We've continued that initiative this year. We have COVID-19 clerks working out of the schools. They're still there. They're still in place this year. And we also have general paraeducators, which are akin to the subs on special assignment, but in the classified bargaining unit. So we also are working on getting more subs, and subs are a real challenge. As a matter of fact, it's a county challenge, and Sac State has last year, and they're going to do it again this year. In September, we're going to have a job fair that we go to at Sac State where we recruit college students, and we're able to give them credentialing so they can come in and sub in our district. I think we picked up 15 subs at the college fair last year, and we're planning on going there again this year. We're going to continue the practice of paying a higher rate for classified employees that work out of class to cover when there are shortages, and I'm going to share with you what the numbers are as far as where our vacancies are in a moment. And we have this year reduced the number of teachers teaching during their prep time. We call that a 120 or 133, depends on the site that you work at. We have a lot fewer staff that are doing that this year. And then last year, we actually did negotiations for the classified bargaining unit where we increased compensation for our hard-to-fill positions. We were not in a year that was a compensation bargaining year, but this board thought it was important to help fill those positions and make those low-wage positions more competitive. So we actually entered into some negotiations last year, and we actually raised compensation packages for some of our hard-to-fill positions in classified and as the whole group. Just looking at classified positions, and this is a snapshot into July. Instructional assistants, there's 67. Now that's positions, not necessarily people. Some of these can be combined. Most of those are 6-hour positions, but that's a lot of positions. 38 general paraprofessionals. It's only 11 FTE, so that tells you that those aren't 8-hour positions. Those are 2 or 3 or 4-hour positions. We have a lot of instructional assistants for special ed. We have some bilingual support assistant openings, bilingual assistants, transitional assistants, extended learning. We originally had 88 positions, so we've got about half of those filled. Those are the after-school programs that we launched this year. Also, the COVID clerks that we're using in the offices, we have a lot of openings there. So if you know somebody who's looking for a job in their neighborhood, the neighborhood schools, we've got lots of positions. We also have some positions that I wanted to call out that we're still having a challenge to fill. Yard duty. Yard duty typically get hired after school starts. Parents come in, they drop their kids off, they say during the day, is there anything I can do? The principals recruit them and say, yeah, we could need some help with yard duty. Also, sometimes we'll have people that work in food service and they want to pick up a shift before school doing the breakfast program, or they'll want to do a yard duty, during the break. So we have a lot of yard duty shifts open. We have, and Sean talked about this earlier, we have a lot of transportation positions open, but we did interviews this week for mechanics. We'll probably get those filled this week, or the time it takes to hire. And we've got a handful of drivers in the queue to hire also. But we still have a shortage there, and all of our districts around here are having shortages in these exact same places as I talk to the people that have my role in the other districts. Food service workers, we have a shortage, but again, we increased positions there. We have a shortage of custodians, maintenance ops, health services, ETIS, and also mental health workers in classified. For certificated vacancies, and I want to look at my slide here because I've got some details I wanted to share. So for our certificated vacancies, there's 21 teachers. Now, when we look at that, it's not necessarily there's 21 classrooms without a teacher. We have a couple of the positions are academic support coaches. So they're support roles at elementary schools. They're not necessarily a second grade teacher who's starting with a sub. We have 3 of our prep teachers in music that have gone unfilled over the summer. So that's going to be a challenge. We still are providing all of our teachers with prep. We're still providing music at all of our schools. We're just not able to do the groupings that we were able to do with a more robust staffing in music, but we're planning on filling those. And we still have 1 vacancy in PE. We have, when I say 21, it's not 21 people, it's 21 positions. So there are situations where we have sections where we need teachers. We might need 2 sections of PE, or 2 sections or 3 sections of math at a school, or a couple of sections of science at a school. We have a situation where we have a teacher that's a science teacher at one of our high schools who wants to leave, and we told him, well, when we can fill your position, we'll let you leave. That's one of the positions that's there. So we actually have a person in that position. We're just waiting to backfill that. The position that for years we have been unable to fill is one of our ROTC positions. We thought we had a candidate this summer, and then they backed out. So we still have that ROTC position. We have 1 of the 2. And that's just been that's year in, year out. You hear me say that.
You got to get that filled.
Yeah. A challenge this year that's unique is Spanish teachers. We've had a difficult time hiring Spanish teachers this year. And so we've come up with some creative solutions how to staff that. We're now down to 6 special ed teachers. We hired 1 today. Speech and language pathologists, that number is typically around 3 every year. It seems like we can't get below 3 vacancies there. It's a little higher than normal. Counselors, we have 3, and we have a couple of nurses that we need to fill. But I can tell you when it comes to nurses, we do lose nurses sometimes, but we actually get more nurses from UC Davis than we lose nurses going back to UC Davis. So it's just a little helpful note. So negotiations update. So it does have an impact on staffing. We heard the bargaining here talking about it with both groups. But, we are in the process of trying to negotiate a deal to increase pay. We've made some offers. We've sent that out to the public, so I'm not showing anything here that the public hasn't already seen. And it just, to share with the audience here, the people that have stuck around, we actually did do a 2-tiered raise in CSEA, and we're looking at something like that again going forward. We're looking at our CSEA employees range from just above minimum wage positions to positions that pay over $50 an hour. And so with that range of employees, we found last year by tiering the raise, we were able to impact a lot of those positions that you saw are on the lower end of the pay range. So giving them a larger raise helped us recruit more people in that area. We're hoping to do that separation again when we bargain. And then I just wanted to point to one of the things we noticed was when we negotiate with FCEA, 25% of our teachers are on the 24th step. A quarter of our teachers are there. So maybe that's somewhere we need to pay a little attention to. And in our last offer, we did make an additional compensation add for teachers that were at step 24. We also looked at our hard to fill positions, schools in Rancho Cordova, special ed teachers. And when we put together that compensation package, we actually added additional compensation for those positions. So, we do have an offer on the table, and we're waiting for a response from our bargaining unit at our next meeting. But historically, we have had separations at a pace, and I think there was a slide that was very similar to mine that was shared earlier, and I want to talk about that a little bit. And I also want to talk about the results of some exit interviews that we do. So historically, if you look at our certificated staff, and this slide was shared earlier, but we typically have about 48 people. If you look at 2016 through 2021, it's averages about 48 people will resign. We had 104 this last year. Typically, if you look at retirements, it's in the teens. We had a year that's 25. The outlier is the 44. That was the year we did an early retirement incentive. The deal that we did with our certificated. It was a different year than classified. This year, we almost had as many retirements without an incentive as we had in our incentive year. So I think that's important information to understand. If we look at our classified, on a typical year, looking at 2016 through 21, we have about 82 people resign. This year we had 124, significant increase. When you look at retirements, there's not that much of a difference, but there is a bit of one, because if you average the years 2016 through 21, you'll come up with that's an average of about 28 a year. We had that incentive year, which if you look at the incentive year, it seems to have taken from the next year and averaged out. So I don't think that we're seeing that change in retirements, whether classified as we are in certificated. But we also don't have the grouping in classified, whereas we have with certificated, we've got a very large amount of our employees are at the end of the pay scale. We don't have that same phenomena with classified. I want to tell you what this slide is not. This doesn't tell you the percent of staff that have retired that are teachers. Okay, this is the percent of the people that are separated. So last year, what I did, I took from January to July, I took all of the classified or certificated employees or our teachers that separated. And so they ended their service with us or part of their service with us. And when you fill out the resignation or retirement form from FCUSD, part of it is you go through a questionnaire, which is an exit survey. And in that exit survey, we ask some questions. And one of the questions we ask is, why are you leaving? And so people will write a narrative why they're leaving. And then we have check boxes for these different items, and people will check the box. So when we go through that, and I'm doing a visual, I've got a visual slide on the next one, but when we go through that, of the people that left our district last year that were teachers or nurses or certificated employees, non-management, 30% of the people that left retired. So that was the biggest group. The next biggest group were people that were moving. And so the moving group was different than some of these other groups because they said, when I read the narrative, it said something along the lines, I would have stayed, but I had to move for this reason. So it was people who moving was the reason, not that they were moving for a job. Then the next one was CalSTRS reduction. This actually is helping us retain teachers, believe it or not. Even though this looks like we're losing teachers here, what this allows us to do, and we negotiated this with our bargaining unit a couple of years ago, and I think it was a wise move. What this allows teachers to do is to, if they qualify, they basically can resign part of their job or retire part of their job. And so if you're a teacher and you teach 5 days a week as an elementary school first grade teacher and you qualify for this, you can work 3 out of your 5 days or a 30% contract. You can come to HR and you can work out whatever you want to separate from. And if you qualify for this, you get a full year service credit, okay, even though you're not working full time. And so some of our teachers that have been here and they're close to retirement, they might add a year or two with this incentive because they can, take off either a day or a month or whatever they need to do, and we backfill with another teacher. But this added to our need to hire more people because we had to backfill these. And this also shows up in our reports as a separation. We also had 8% of our staff go to different jobs or different careers. For example, 2 went to work at a college, 2 went back to hospitals, 4 didn't give me the other job, but they said they had another job outside. 3 went to administration, and 1 went into marketing. 8% said they worked closer to home, and in all of those, their comments said, I wanted to stay in Folsom, Cordova, but the commute or the cost of fuel or spending an hour on the road, that was their main motivation for making that decision. 7% were in lieu of non-reelection or disciplinary, or so there's some kind of disciplinary component to that, or they chose to non-reelect. Also, we had 6% that went to another district, and I put the districts here. So we had 1 went to Roseville, 3 were unknown, so I'm not sure where they went, but they said they went to another district for reasons that were better than ours. 1 went to a charter, and 1 went to El Dorado. We had 6% have personal reasons, which were either family or health. We had 6% take a year leave of absence. We had to backfill those positions. 3% said they felt like they weren't supported in our district, and so that was the main reason that they left. I can tell you each one of those people that filled that out, I knew their name. I knew the principal had been working with them. So, their reason was they felt lack of support, but I do know that I was aware of something going on in all of those situations. And so I felt like, okay, I got those, I got that feedback. I talked to actually Dr. Huber every time I got one that said that, and we talked to the principal and made sure that, we were addressing any concerns that came up in those. We had a couple that said childcare was the reason, and then there was a couple that were reason not given. So
Don, I do want to give this the time that it deserves, okay. And so, but I would like to get people out of here at 11 if possible. Are we able to move the rest of the slides to the next meeting, or is that, I know that a lot of this is very timely and important. I just want to make sure that we can spend the correct amount of time on it. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but.
Go fast, I've got a couple slides left.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
So, I just wanted to point this out. So that was why teachers leave. While I was doing this, I started thinking, okay, why do teachers stay? And there's a study that I tracked down that was done last year about why teachers stay. It was very fascinating. It was in Australia. There was another one that was done, and this is the one I'm quoting here, that was in Wisconsin. And it basically said there were 4 relationship categories why teachers stay: commitment to students, opportunities for leadership and collaboration, connections to the community, personal and professional ties. Our teacher shortage goes beyond our unfilled vacancies, though, and I think there's the share of our teachers on waivers, provisional credentials, or interns. I don't think that's ever going to change. I think just because the nature of who goes into teaching now, it's different than it used to be. So I think that's something we're going to have to live with. I don't see any progress over time there. A larger share of the teachers that are on waivers or provisional credentials or interns, they are working at our high poverty schools. Our current workforce, this is beyond the vacancies, as we're staffing, does not reflect the diversity of our community. So that's something that needs to be addressed. But our teacher shortage, it's a very complex challenge, and it calls for coordinated efforts, with multiple stakeholders. There's things we can control, but there's things we can't, but maybe we can influence going forward. I'm optimistic going forward, and I have the circle of concern, circle of influence, and circle of control up there just to remind me what we probably should focus on. But to address this, we have hired a lot of people. We've hired 100 certificated, 50 classified since June. We've hired over 90 new classified employees that created 233 new placements. We've got SOSAs at our schools, and I've talked about some of these other positions. Also, we are addressing compensation, which we've talked about already with some targeted ideas. Going forward, We're going to continue these partnerships that I spoke about. One I haven't spoken about is we're working on partnering with UCAN to recruit and retain a more diverse workforce. I've talked to the board about that a little, and actually I'm going to be working with Dr. Peace on that tomorrow. Good. And I again have this optimistic forecast because on these 4 areas that in the research it shows this is why teachers stay. I really think we have things in place, as Folsom Cordova that makes people want to stay here. The first is commitment to students. Dr. Klegian started off this year talking about, opening doors for students and working with every child and building connections with children. I think that's a theme that we've had in our district ever since I've been here, and it was here before I think Dr. Klegian and I got here, that this is a district that is committed to students. I think also opportunities for leadership and collaboration. I think we definitely have that. Most recently, working with our labor partners, we created common planning time. And common planning time is now at all of elementary schools. Connections to the community. We announced today we hired Carla Davis, and she's going to work as our community school partner, building collaborations with the community. If our teachers build ties in the community, they'll stay in our schools. And lastly, personal and professional ties. A huge initiative that we're moving forward with this year is our PLCs, our professional learning communities, which will help us build those personal and professional ties. And as you saw, we do have professional ties here. I mean, that's why we have strong bargaining units. They're tied together. They're a tight group, and so they want to work together. They said that they want to work here. They want to work with the people they work with. So I think, these 4 things are things that we have at Folsom Cordova, things we should be proud of. And that's the last slide. So I rushed through the end there to wrap it up if you have any questions.
All right. Any questions?
Put some calculus up there.
I just have one, Mr. Hoover, if
Yeah.
I may. Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate seeing this. I work at a Title I middle school. There's about 600 students there. We started school today. And last I had heard, we had 6 vacancies amongst our teachers. It seems to me like every district I've heard of is kind of in the same boat as we are. Is that consistent with what you're hearing?
It's exactly what I'm hearing.
Anyone else? All right, David, Mr. Reed, President Reed, what do you prefer?
You can call me anything. I would actually just a quick story. My mom called me earlier today. She lives in Pennsylvania, and she said, I was just watching the news, and there's this whole segment of how all the schools in our region in Pennsylvania can't find teachers. She's like, is that going on in California too? So, I think, this is an issue that's far beyond Folsom Cordova, and it's not even the state of California. It's all across the country that this is happening, and it's making the news all across the country. I know sometimes we like to view things in a microcosm where, it's all centered around us and it must be unique to us. But this is far from unique to Folsom Cordova. And I just want to tell Don, I very much appreciate all the work that you and your staff is doing to attract quality teachers and fill these vacancies. So keep up the good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Public comment? Nothing online. All right, let's move to item 13, Superintendent's Report.
I'll be very quick. Again, I want to welcome Ms. Perez and Ms. Shrastova. It's great to have you as our new student board members, and looking forward to working alongside you, with you, and hearing more student voice throughout our district. And I just want to thank all of those on our Folsom Cordova team that worked throughout the summer and these last 2 weeks in getting everything ready for our students. And welcome back to our students, staff, families, and we're looking forward to a great school year. Thanks.
Thank you. Item 14, board member reports. Mr. Huey. I'm just going to shoot them to whoever. I don't no order.
Well, I'll go quick as well. I just also want to extend a welcome to Rhea and Rocio. We're so happy to have you here. Mostly, I know just you've done so much work already, and your voice has been so important. So I'm hopeful we'll continue to learn from you, and really happy that you're here with us.
I should have kicked it to if our student board members have anything. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure. I just
Rhea,
wanted
go
to
for
say thank you to all the teachers that showed out tonight and were involved in the public comment portion. It was really great to hear from all those teachers and just in general for all of your hard work in making sure that we have a great start of the year. So thank you to the teachers.
Thank you.
And I want to give a huge thank you to Dr. Pease, who has been the best advisor and really supports us in everything that we do and all of our ideas. So we're very looking forward to continuing working with her.
All right, Mr. Short.
I just want to welcome you both too. This is going to be awesome. So I appreciate it. There will be a permanent desk sooner or later here, so that'll take time. I just want to thank the staff for all the great work you've been doing, and great start off in the school, beginning of school. So thank you for that. Hats off, and that's all I got. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clark.
All right, are you ready?
Go for it.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is on. It is on.
There you go.
I do want to welcome both Rhea and Rocio to the board. This is going to be a ride, but I'm excited for you guys. I look forward to hearing your voices, deliberating with the rest of the board. So welcome aboard. I want to welcome back all of our teachers, our students. I so look forward to visiting all these schools this year, and I usually do it 3 times, each school 3 times. I may step it up and do 4 times, but what I do plan on doing is I want to live their life. I want to be in the classroom with them. I want to sit down and work with the students and see what they do. I already know what they do. They do a phenomenal job, but if there's any way that I can help, I'm going to help and step out. I wanted to backtrack on the SAB retreat. I wish I could have been there, and I think moving forward for board members who are on the SAB committee that we be at those events to actually meet the students and answer any questions that they have. Now, I want to talk about this year investing in our students, investing in our schools, and making an investment in the people who are running these schools, who are making things happen for our students, and that is the teachers. And I'm just hoping moving forward that we can get together and bargain a fair and equitable contract for these teachers moving forward. I think they deserve it. I've seen them at work. I know there's a way, so I'm going to be optimistic because I'm not a pessimist. And I believe that we can get something together for these teachers moving forward. I want to make a comment on this design tech high school. I'm feeling some kind of way about it. And, you know, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I don't think MOUs with charters are enforceable. That could be me. Hopefully we can look into that. If they're not enforceable, this thing is going to go bad really, really fast. So I'm just going to put that out there. Exactly. Other than that, I'm excited because in another week from tomorrow will be the start of Friday Night Lights. I have my football schedule already laid out, and believe it or not, I have 2 football games that I do 2 in one night. So go Folsom Bulldogs, go Cordova Lancers, and go Vista Del Lago Eagles. With that, I am done. Oh, and I'd like to dedicate this meeting in memory of Dennis LaMancha, who passed away last week. He was a voice in the Cordova community. I know he rebuilt that junior Lancer program. He's done a ton of things with Rancho Cordova Little League. He was just a phenomenal man. So I would like to dedicate this meeting to him in his memory. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed.
I have no report tonight.
Likewise, I'm just going to echo a lot of the comments that were made and welcome our new board members. Otherwise, no report. Excited to have everyone back to school. We are going to move to 15, advanced planning. Item A, next board meeting. Scheduled for August 25th, 2022. Item B, 12-month board calendar. Item C, suggested future agenda items. Does anyone have anything tonight?
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I do.
Mr. Clark.
I made the request that we have a presentation on the dangers of vaping and fentanyl. Hopefully we can make that happen.
Great. Do we have consensus from the board on that? I think it's a good idea. Oh, we have it on there. Oh, never mind. Okay, great.
Yeah, we're actually looking at our board policy with the policy committee on Monday,
Okay,
Great.
and then we'll bring a presentation
Perfect.
forward after.
yeah.
I have one more thing as
Yes.
well. I just wanted to propose revisiting board bylaw 9150, which we just recently revised to include the 2 student board members. I think it could be valuable to consider codifying it so that one student board member comes from a high school in Rancho Cordova, while the other one comes from a high school in Folsom, so that we can ensure that we have a representation of student voice from both cities.
I agree.
Mr. Reed, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I would not be supportive of that. I don't think it's I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's equitable. I don't think it's follows the principles of our country, where we have one person, one vote. I mean, I appreciate, I understand the desire and the intent, but I think there are different ways we can address that, including one that I had suggested a couple of months ago, which is that we rotate the high schools. We currently have 3 high schools, and we could simply rotate that the third year, one high school rotates off, and then they rotate back on for 2 years in a row. I think that's a much more equitable approach in handling that. But basically, you have a population of students almost, well, it's not quite, but it's almost 2 times the number of students in the city of Folsom than you have in the city of Rancho Cordova. So you're going to basically say that one school has one voice permanently on the school board, but the other 2 high schools have to split that voice, even though the population is larger in the area that you're splitting the student. And each of our high schools are very different. To say that the students of Folsom High School are similar or even identical to the students at Vista Lago, that's just not the case. Folsom High, for example, has a very diverse population. And so does Vista. The demographics are different. So is Cordova High. So as to say that one school deserves to have a permanent voice, but the other schools do not. And keep in mind, we're going to have a 3rd high school in the city of Folsom in another 4 or 5 years. So then we're going to be saying that in the city of Folsom, 2 of the high schools don't have a voice. So I think there are much better ways to do this, to drive equity amongst our high schools than simply dividing this into a Folsom versus Rancho Cordova argument.
Mr. President, I have a question, or maybe to one of the board members. Are you not looking for a representative from Kinney High School? You see where I'm going with this? So would Kinney be one of those high schools in that rotation that you're talking about?
Mr. Clark, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make a suggestion. I think we have 3 board members that are wanting to do this. When we can have the discussion about it when it comes up again.
I agree. And, I would just add, so I think we have a consensus from at least three. I'm going to add one caveat, if I may, and would love to get your guys' thoughts. I tend to, we just talked about this policy, so I'm a little hesitant to bring it back. But if we do bring it back, I would like to bring it back in combination with the discussion on creating a democratic process for the approval of student board members. So if meaning that students are voting on board members that actually serve on this dais. And so I'd be comfortable bringing that back and discussing that Rancho Folsom split. If we could also bring back kind of a discussion about the selection of and making that more democratic. So if you guys would be willing with that, I think we could bring them both back as one item.
Yep.
Does that work? I don't know. Okay.
And we would probably take that to the policy committee first,
That's-
since we have consensus, and then.
Yeah,
we
I
could
think
bring
that's
that
fine. And then we can bring it here for discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other items? All right. I have nothing else tonight, so let's move to, we do not need closed session, I hope. And so I think that's it. Can we do a roll call to adjourn?
You can just
Or
bang your gavel.
I just
if you'd
bang it?
like.
All right, okay, all right. I always forget I close these things. So if no one objects, we are adjourned.
There you go.